Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is February 22nd, 2024. We are back for the afternoon of day one of the Hannah Gutierrez trial, state of New Mexico versus Hannah Gutierrez. She was the armorer on the set of Rust, where the fatal shooting of Helena Hutchins happened at the hands of Alec Baldwin. She was responsible for the bullets. This morning, what we saw were the opening statements and the very beginning of one witness. It was the first officer on scene. He was playing the body cam footage of coming across the two victims. The producer, the director, Joel Souza, was also shot with Helena Hutchins, but was treated and recovered from those injuries. So the first officer on scene was assessing, of course, those that were shot on scene. That is sealed to the jury. That video was not shown. The audio was not played in court this morning. So really what we've gotten so far is a late juror, a judge changing a chair, and opening statements. The chat found that the defense opening statement was much more persuasive and did a really good job of poking holes into what the prosecution said in their opening statement. We are set up for a very interesting criminal trial. In a lot of criminal trials that we've watched on this channel, we've wondered what the defense is going to do. The Taylor Shabusiness case, the Daryl Brooks case, it's like, well, you did the thing. Like, we know we're going to trial. We'll see what the defense is. This case, we know what Hannah Gutierrez Reed did. Is it negligence or not? Is it criminal negligence or not? Does the blame fall at the feet of her superiors? Will this be beyond a reasonable doubt that this is on her? Is it on others? Is it on everybody? There is a strong defense in this case, a difficult case to prove for the prosecution, and we're set up for a real battle in court today with an empathetic defendant who was trying to do her job. But we will see if her coworkers do come in and say she was reckless and negligent and sloppy in her work. Maybe that's enough, but it's going to be a very interesting trial. And I don't know if we'll have a clear idea of which way this should go until the end. We've got the whole prosecution case, and then we've got the defense case. So we'll see. I mean, she, at the end of the day, is accused of loading a live round into a gun where no live rounds should have been on set. And that is a fact that is going to be hard to overcome. But the defense are doing a good job so far in deflecting and pointing fingers at all the others who are in a better position to blame. And that some other dude's responsible defense is going to be interesting because they're pointing at empty chairs. In a lot of cases with co-defendants, the co-defendants are being tried together, and then the attorneys for the co-defendants are pointing at one another. But in this case, Hannah Gutierrez is pointing at Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin's not in court, so his attorneys aren't pointing back at her. So the only people pointing back at her is the prosecution. With co-defendants, when they're doing this, it makes it a little easier because you see the defense telling the jury why the other one is responsible, and the prosecution's like, they're both responsible. Court's not back yet. I'm going to roll the intro. We're going to chat about all of this. I'm going to answer your questions while we wait for court to resume. Court was supposed to be back about 10 minutes ago. I said this with Judge Newman in South Carolina. I'm not mad if a court doesn't run exactly on time. The Depp Heard case ran to like the second. It was like to the second. This case has had some technical stuff going on today. We've seen the court calling for the Court TV on-site producer, Grace, and being like, Grace, we're getting feedback in the courtroom on delay of the testimony of the witness on the stand, which was bizarre. I've never seen that happen before. So it's going to be an interesting case either way. I think it is set up to be a push-pull. And I think that's going to be very engaging for a jury to be like, in their minds, they're not like, I'm sure what I think. In the Brooks case, from the very early stages of the Daryl Brooks case, you're like, you drove this truck down a parade route. What else would you like us to know? It's kind of a foregone conclusion. The evidence is so strong he's caught on video. In this case, there's going to be some wrangling about that legal standard. And that's going to be interesting. Let's roll the intro. Let's ask your questions. Let's have a conversation. We're going to chit chat while we're waiting for court to start. I was late today because I was grabbing snacks. My channel is not sponsored, but brought to you by Tajín. And that's what's going on here. So I have 2 bags of snacks because you never know. Gummy snacks are my preference for trials. A, not loud in the mic. B, when the afternoon ADHD starts to get me, the gummy snacks are going to do it. The watermelon ones are good, but the gummy bear ones are good too. Look, dude, cover it in Tajín. I'm probably going to try it at least once. All right, y'all. Let's go.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
All right, let's go into court. No, Emily, that's the wrong. Emily, you've hit the wrong button. Let's go back into court. I know the court feed is picked up. Somehow mine wasn't. Judge is back on the bench. Your Honor, I've sped this up a little. Your Honor, can we send you a law nerd mug? I love the judge getting set at 1.25 speed. That's fantastic. So we're going to have to do a poll at some point if this is Judge Rihanna, Judge Paula Abdul, Judge Sherry O'Terry. I've seen a lot of different conversations about who the judge looks like. So today, hydration is brought to you by the Black Law Nerd Tumblers. These will be up in the shop for the members tomorrow. Our top tier members have links to that today, and those have gone in the mail already. So for those of you that ordered, that's exciting. We've got our black on black, our back in black Law Nerd sweatshirts up in the shop. We got all kinds of stuff happening for you, Law Nerds. We got you. But let's keep on rolling with court. I'm ready to get to court. This defendant looks nervous, and I think that that's appropriate given the gravity of the case. But if we're just sitting, are you approaching? Oh, no, the audio's muted. We're just going to zoom. What are we? I had a judge that when there were tech issues, he would look at me and be like, Miss Baker, you have 5 minutes. Whatever you can get done in 5 minutes, you can get done. If it is not done in 5 minutes, you are doing without it. And it's like, Your Honor, it's my evidence. He's like, I don't care. You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to fix it. And then when we got a new courthouse, the tech was a hot mess. So I was regularly trying to help with tech. I ended up getting called into courtrooms all over the place to help with tech. But it, like, with the ADHD already, I was like, oh my God. And then the judge is like, you have 5 minutes or you're fucked. And it's just like, Your Honor, I can't, like, I tried unplugging it. I turned it off and turned it back on. All right, the jury's coming in. Everyone's standing for the jury. Did we all have a good lunch? Everyone? Good. Let's catch up to real time. How far away is this jury room? All right, until people sit, we're just...
As a request for counsel.
There we go. We're a little bit sped up.
Thank you. I will, as a request for counsel, I remind anyone that's going to be called as a witness in this case is not to be viewing this trial live stream on Court TV. Thank you.
She should say live stream it anywhere. But I think they learned from the Murdaugh case when jurors were getting questioned and were listening to testimony in the jury room.
Thank you.
It wasn't during trial, but it happened. So
thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. We think we have this worked out now. We've managed to work a bypass through the system, so we're going to plow forward. Oh, it's off. Better? Thank you. We're going to plow forward.
The court just said your mic. Put it on your bingo card. Put it on your bingo card. What do we have on the bingo card so far? Decocked, board hole, your mic. Oh boy.
I'm going to start the video from the beginning.
This one's going to be spicy.
A couple of minutes in, and I know there was a lot of start and stops. So I'm going to start from square one with you all. Officer Lefleur is back, and we're going to pick up.
I was often the most tech competent, and I still sucked. There is time courthouse tech just will not fuck with you.
You got your tourniquet? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out.
Also, when you're stressed, tech and stress don't go well together. This is the audio from the officer's body cam as he is getting the trauma kit out and dealing with the scene.
The audio and video fails.
Where's your IT guy?
We sent him to get another Bluetooth speaker so that this one doesn't run out. The problem is that there's a compatibility issue with the video app and the court system.
Will they show the video?
We can play
No.
this video just fine on our computers and it never freezes. But when we connect to this, we get a freezing problem. We'll try it. Let's try it again.
Will we see the video? No, it's sealed. And it should be. This video is dealing with the injured victims as they are being treated. And so I don't think we should see that. As someone who dealt with a lot of photos of a lot of injured and or deceased victims, it's not something anybody needs. It's not something you can unsee. So I'm not surprised they sealed it. I actually am glad that they did, because victims deserve dignity. Yes, the jury needs to know that somebody is deceased. It's an involuntary manslaughter case. Someone being deceased is part of the charge. Does that need to be on the internet forever for the victims and the victim's family? No, it doesn't. No, it shouldn't. Victim Helena Hutchins has a like 8 or 9-year-old child. They don't need to ever stumble across that on the internet ever. Joel Souza is also laying there injured and being worked on and being shot. For anyone who's ever been injured, it's vulnerable enough. You don't need the entire internet knowing it. So I'm okay with that. Lisa H in the chat asked, what are the actual charges? Involuntary manslaughter with 2 theories and tampering with evidence. So those are your charges. I'm going to try to move myself up a little bit. There we go. So involuntary manslaughter, 2 theories, and then
Are we inside with the BDM?
And then tampering with the evidence. Joel Souza is on the witness list, and I'm going to turn the rumbling of the body cam down. I think one of my worst body cam moments was when an officer forgot his body cam was still on while he was using the restroom.
Explain to us what you're getting out of your truck.
In the beginning, from the passenger seat, it's a trauma kit.
Victim Helena Hutchins passed away at the hospital.
It's a bag full of other medical supplies.
I believe the max for the evidence is 3 or 4 years.
System, and to help with CPR.
Okay, thank you.
I'll answer this at questions because that's a more in-depth answer, but it's a good question.
What do you got? A seal?
Autopsy photos are not great either. They're better than scene photos, but I mean, I think her worst case scenario is prison for 4 or 5 years. I mean, I will say I personally prefer autopsy photos to being at the autopsy in person.
Here, the one across her chest. Okay. You want air flight? Yeah, we going in route. Okay. 32 Santa Fe, 1 female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach. Requesting air flight.
We can all hear it just fine. I don't know what's going on in the courtroom, but we've heard this part of the video like 4 times. I'm going to answer some questions while they're figuring it out.
Are you using your Apple still?
Hey, JB.
That's what the question is.
It's so good to see you in the chat, friend. Thanks for the hashtag. Hey,
from the Apple and get on a Windows Surface Pro.
Okay. That's
Hey.
because I was asking if there was a computer that you all could use in the courthouse. And if you're using the Service Pro, then that's okay.
Okay.
I think we could go with Hey EDB too. We could do Hey JB and Hey EDB. Why can't I say my initials? I don't know. I'm having like I'm having a visceral response to their technical difficulties because this is A, the worst for this witness, B, the worst for these prosecutors, and C, the court and the jury have to be annoyed, and these lawyers have to be frustrated on a national stage to be having tech issues. What they should have done and what they did in Depp v. Heard was they had an evidence computer in the courtroom that handled all
You
of
want
this,
me to try to find a?
that they did in advance.
Thank you.
I don't know if they tried to test this yesterday. Millie, thank you for the gifted memberships. They are so frustrated. The witness is so frustrated. Everybody's frustrated. I'm frustrated. So for this case, we'll do a quick recap for those of you that are new to this case in the chat. I have like a 30-minute podcast episode up on the channel from yesterday that will recap this case for you. If you want a deep dive into the law of involuntary manslaughter, the two different theories and the charges here, that is on the podcast from yesterday on your podcasting apps, wherever. The Emily Show, that's there. But this is the armorer on the set of Rust. Alec Baldwin shot and killed the cinematographer. Because they were so close range, the bullet went through and through the cinematographer, Helena Hutchins, fatally, and then hit Joel Souza, the director on set. They were all in close proximity in the church shooting or blocking out this scene. So the armorer on the set is being charged with the involuntary manslaughter on two different theories, essentially saying she was negligent and or reckless in doing her duties. And the argument on that is that a loaded bullet doesn't end up in the gun if somebody's not reckless, and she was the person in charge of the gun. But nobody ends up shot if Alec Baldwin doesn't point a gun at a human and pull the trigger and have the hammer cocked back. The first AD who was in charge of safety was also charged. This is the same part of the video over and over. The first AD was also charged. He was the safety coordinator on set. He pled guilty and got 6 months of probation.
Okay, officer, who are you speaking to when you're on your radio?
Whichever dispatcher was on the radio at the time.
Okay,
That's a
great.
better
And
layout.
What information generally are you providing to them?
I'm going to keep
Patient
playing
update
with my layout when I
and
get bored.
Any additional services I'm in need of.
Okay, thank you.
Victoria, I'm going to answer this at the Q&A. That's a really good question. For those of you new to the channel, I will do Q&A when we have court breaks. She was not offered a plea deal, and she did not plea open to the court.
Both approximately 140 pounds, elderly male and young female.
If I was Joel Souza, I'd be pissed. Elderly male. It's a chaotic scene. My glasses are being chaotic.
All right, officer, I believe I heard you ask here, do you need a BPM?
BVM, it's the back
The
valve
bag.
I referred to earlier.
Okay,
It's
thank
the
you.
bag. It's very, very hard to hear this this body cam video. They're administering medical treatment to the victims, is what we're hearing.
All right, officer, are these your arms that we can see?
She's not in
holding that
custody.
Yellow BVM?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The
And can you explain to the jury
BVM
exactly
is
what you're
the
doing?
bag that you're giving
When
oxygen
you see,
on somebody's face.
I'm making sure that there's airflow coming through, and then I orientate it to correctly fit over her nose and mouth. And at this point, the bag isn't needed because there's an oxygen supply going through. So I'm just holding it there so she gets accurate oxygen levels.
Okay, thank you.
He's providing first aid. There are no other first responders on set yet.
Deep breath, Helena. There you go. Deep breath, Helena. Deep breath.
I imagine this is the first time Hannah has seen this video.
Deep breath. Entrance is here. Exit back here. No. I think it was something for pressure. I think a big one.
This one? No. Underneath the shoulder blade, keep the muscle area coming through.
What's that item you just unwrapped?
Look like a surgical gauze pad.
Okay.
This witness is one of the first law enforcement officers on scene. He's a patrol officer, showed up in his patrol car, and has 2 gunshot victims on set.
Here's part number 1. You got air flight around.
Not one me here. Helena.
This is Helena Hutchinson.
There are people on set identifying the victims. I think that is script supervisor Mamie Mitchell. She's on the witness list based on her statements in her civil lawsuit. He's talking about the through gunshot
the
wound.
Gentleman that just walked into the frame.
That would be Lieutenant Benavidez.
Okay. And was he your
Yes.
supervisor?
He was a supervisor that day, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Baldwin's trial will be televised this summer. There was a medic on set, but was not prepared for a
And I
that
believe I
wound.
heard you say that she got a through and through to her, and you got one in the arm over there. What did you mean?
That the female had been shot and had gone through her, and the male who was laying there had been hit in the arm, shoulder area.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody stop what they're doing right now. This is the crime scene. Okay, roll back.
It's a lot of noise on scene. They're putting people on, it sounds like they're putting people on stretchers. Katie turning in the chat asked, is this the lady in charge of the firearms? Yes. That sounds like the helicopter is there. The air flight, which air flighted both of the victims. They're air flighting. Lacey Johnson said the gallery seems empty. Is court closed? It's not. There's media there, but it's being streamed. I would choose to watch it on stream versus sitting in court. Court's uncomfortable.
Right. I believe I heard you ask here, what's the ETA on the bird? This may be an obvious question, but would you explain to the jury what you're referring to when
The
you're asking
bird.
about the bird?
The bird.
About how long the helicopter air flight was going to take to get there.
Okay,
The
thank you.
bird is the word. So that's not a helicopter. That is another type of machinery that we're hearing. Unless it's the other air flight, because there are 2 air flights. Both victims were air flighted out of the movie set. Dawn in Wyoming said there should not have been a live round on set. Yes. Would the DA ever prosecute a case to help in another case down the road? That wouldn't be ethical. They should prosecute because they have the evidence to prosecute. I guess what I want to know is, no matter the outcome of this case, do you think the DA will use it against Baldwin? Let's talk again at the end of the case and see if any of this evidence is going to help or hurt Baldwin. He's gonna get a preview of the evidence. I think that helps him. But he pulled the trigger. I think that hurts him. The AD was not injured. The director was injured, Joel Souza. He was shot in the chest into his arm and required surgery. The officer just said we had live ordnance on the set. So the officer has already determined that this was a live round that caused this. Silus in the chat asked how long ago was this? This was 2021, October 21st, 2021.
We got approximately 23-year-old female in the back of the ambulance right now. Gunshot underneath the right arm, went through the back left. Can you carry this back for you, sir? You got it?
Right arm to back left, so through the chest. He doesn't look very happy watching this either.
This was priority.
He's establishing the order of triage for Helena Hutchins. She's probably never seen this before. And does not look does not look happy to be watching.
Guys, just get a couple IDs. They're not sure whether they're bios or not. Can you open your eyes for me? Yep, there. I'm not gonna have you guys step over there for us, okay? Can I have you guys get over there for us? We're at the gather everybody up, get everybody's names, so everybody's on scene, okay?
Now they're trying to secure the
Can you
scene.
explain to us a little bit about what you're doing here?
Trying to
to
stay
secure the scene.
stay busy, trying to organize and think ahead of what we're going to need. Telling people that are just obviously that we're there to corral in one area, to wait for the next steps.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Jolly Rogers, I think this officer looks frustrated because he was the first on set rendering aid and somebody died.
Yeah.
And he asked if one bullet hit both victims. Yes, it was a through and through. It was a through and through on the deceased victim, Helena, and hit Joel Souza, who was standing right behind her. And that's because they were so close in proximity on set. And Alec Baldwin was very close to them. That's why it had enough energy or inertia to go through.
All right, gentlemen. I just need your IDs, and then have you guys step outside and wait for the.
So now he's trying to organize everyone on scene, because this is not an easy scene to organize.
Why are you asking these folks for their IDs?
Because
it was apparent they were in there
shot.
When I got there, and they were still in there when I went back in. They could have been possible witnesses and people I need to, or not myself, but people
in there in the church.
Okay, thank you.
Outside, wait for the investigators to get here. Okay? Okay, cool. And who's the props guy?
And it's also 45.
She has green and purple hair. You can't miss her. Okay.
He was talking about Hannah.
All right. You hear them mention the props guy being a female with green and purple hair?
Yes.
Okay, were you able to identify who that was?
Not me personally, no.
Okay.
Not at the time.
Okay, thank you.
I was here when it happened. You were here when it happened? Yes, sir. Who else was here when it happened? The camera operator.
It's in his pocket.
How many people do you think were in here when it happened?
3, maybe 4.
We'll talk about that.
So two more other than you two? Reed, as soon as I see him, he Reed, camera operator. Reed, yes, sir. Okay, who else?
They're talking about her.
Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin was the actor on set that pulled the trigger. Alec Baldwin? Yes, sir. Where's he at?
I'm pausing it for just a second because Alec has maintained that he did not pull the trigger, though forensics don't say that. Whoever's talking to law enforcement right now, and I suspect, this is suspicion, that it's Dave Halls, said Alec Baldwin was the one on set who pulled the trigger loud and fucking clear.
We got one.
Yeah, can you help me find him?
I want to know who he's talking to. I imagine it's Dave Halls. That was loud and clear on that video. There's a lot on that video we can't hear.
My understanding, you were in the room when the lady, when someone was talking to the gun. Okay, alrighty. Well, I know your name, so it's Jason. Okay. Let me give it.
All right. You indicated you already knew what his name was. Can you identify this man for us?
Alec Baldwin.
Thank you.
We want you to hang out, okay? Whatever you want to. Yes, sir. All right, give me just a sec.
All right. Thankfully, that's where the video ends. At least the portion we're going to watch today. So after you spoke to Mr. Baldwin,
What do you mean by
did you do
thankfully?
I believe one of the people I named in my report, I can't remember which, who was able to give me names and people who were in the room during the incident. And I did my best to find those individuals and kind of corral them all into one area with the resources we had.
Okay. Talk about that a little bit. What resources did you have on hand at this point in time?
At this point in time, there was only 3 deputies, to include myself, a lieutenant, and a corporal.
Okay. And approximately how many people were you needing to corral?
At that time, it was unknown, but there was the numbers were not in our favor. So, a couple hundred people were there, total on the whole scene.
Okay. And do you have an approximation of how many you ended up kind of corralling off?
I think maybe 10 without looking at the report. But
okay. Once you had the folks corralled, what were your next steps?
As more resources got there, we just trying to figure out where they're going to take all these people, how we're going to get them there, where they're going to start conducting interviews, because
It's a lot of people.
Nowhere, essentially.
Okay. And was that pretty much conclude your involvement that day? Once you had everybody corralled?
Yeah, just the rest of my involvement was keeping people corralled and then staying with people as they were changed out to be interviewed, and ultimately was in one of the trailers.
Okay. Okay. We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
We'll pass the witness means we have no further questions. It's always so weird,
Cross-exam.
the phrasing, we'll pass the witness.
Yeah.
But I came from a no further questions jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Of course. There you go.
I think we're going to get up to real time here in just a second.
How long have you been working as a law enforcement officer when this happened?
Not long, he's
Going
15.
on 4 years.
4 years. Had you ever been to a homicide scene before?
Nothing as complex as that one, no.
Okay.
So kind of.
And
Wait, who are
you've
you?
received some additional law enforcement training since this incident after you went to work at the Santa Fe Police Department, right?
Are you Bulls
Yes.
or are you Bullion?
Would you agree with me that a primary goal
They're not on
for
Zoom.
you as the first responding investigator would be to identify and preserve evidence?
No, not when
I
somebody's
would
been
have to
shot.
disagree.
Okay.
Sorry,
Explain your disagreement, please.
I'm not
My
answering. for you.
primary role was
That's Bullion. Thanks,
life
chat.
before evidence, to preserve life, and then investigate and preserve evidence.
Okay. And we saw you helping with that. Thank you for your efforts there. After that was
Okay.
done, what steps, if any, did you take to identify and preserve evidence?
What limited capabilities I had at the time.
How many other law enforcement
It
officers
was
are on
only
scene?
3 of us on scene.
3?
Tried to
Yikes.
gather information as to who was in there, and keep them all in one area.
Okay. And you would agree with me that in the initial stages of a criminal investigation, it's important to identify and preserve evidence.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, after you
and
deal
we
with
heard on your
the
lapel
victims.
video, as life-saving efforts for Miss Hutchins were being made, that your lieutenant very loudly declared that this is a crime scene.
Yes.
You heard that, right? So at that time,
You need to say yes or no.
Yes.
so at that time, you guys should be thinking also about identifying and preserving evidence, right?
After the life flights show up.
To a point, yes.
Now, would you also agree with me that it is important to identify witnesses to a crime or potential crimes and take steps to preserve the value of their testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the ways that you do that is by avoiding what's called witness taint. Would you agree with that?
If you're referring to
Witnesses
separating the witnesses, yes.
Okay. And that's one way that you make sure the witness's memory and perception of the event doesn't become influenced by someone else's, right? You can
Yes.
make sure that they're not able to talk to anyone else.
Keep them separate.
Yes.
Yes, that's what he said.
And as part of your training and investigations, you're aware that
He's not the investigator.
taint can sometimes be accidental or incidental. People are sharing their
Chat.
recollections about an event. Have you been taught that?
I appreciate you.
Have you also been taught that sometimes,
But just put
witness
accidental
taint can be
taint on the
purposeful?
list.
For instance, if people were to talk and say, okay, we're going to get details X, Y, and Z correct. And I'm not talking about this case in particular, just in general, your training. Have you been taught that?
It's a possibility.
Okay.
He's
You've
like,
been
I don't know.
instructed that it's a possibility.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why it's important to separate witnesses so that can't happen.
Yes.
Okay. So in your testimony, you indicated that you were corralling the witnesses. What exactly does that mean?
With limited space and area where it happened, I was trying to keep everybody in
Chad,
one
you guys are
area.
cracking me up.
It was a one building surrounded by bunch of movie set equipment. We're very limited on back seats. There's only
They
three
had nowhere to
units
put
there.
people.
So
Where would you like
Okay.
us to put them, sir? There's
You
3
didn't
back
corral
seats.
them in the church, did you?
no.
Okay.
And they put Hannah
It looked
in
like
one
there's
of
a
the
lot of open
one of the
space there.
cars.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Could you have told the people just to go stand, somewhere under some shade apart from one another?
I did have them stand in the shade, which was where they were at.
I guess what I'm getting at is, why didn't you have them separate? Why do you have them stay together?
Again, there's only 3 officers on scene at that time. I'm trying to keep them all in my sight. And in close
Yeah,
proximity.
you don't want anybody to wander off.
Okay. Did you tell them not to speak to one another?
I
about
did
what
ask them several times to stop talking. And
Okay. Did you hear that on the video that we just watched?
no, that video is redacted. It doesn't show the whole length of the body camera.
Okay.
Who redacted it, sir? Oh my God, there is a cardinal that is fighting with the mockingbird at the bird feeder outside my window.
Did you identify who all was
There
in
he
the
is.
church?
There.
To my recollection from the report I did,
Okay.
based off of the script writer.
That's
who's
somebody
in
on the
charge of,
defense
like,
team sitting next to Hannah at council table. I don't know if that's one of her
Who's
attorneys.
in the room, like camera-wise,
But she's
actor-wise.
on the
All
defense
right.
team.
What individuals were inside the church when the shooting happened?
My memory's not that great to name everybody individually.
It's like, sir, Alec Baldwin was there. She was there. Yeah, I'm surprised the defense, Runkle, I agree with you. I'm surprised defense didn't go into what's been redacted. It just didn't follow up on it at all. But we do know it's only part of the body cam footage. The defense could show the rest of the body cam footage.
Yes.
With looking at your report, refresh your recollection as to who was in the church?
Yes.
All right. I provided you a copy of your report. Let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
He already said yes.
Yeah, I'm reading 12 different names, but
All right. Who all was in the church?
I'm going to butcher these names, but Sergio Cinto, labeled as a chief lighting technician.
I feel you, sir. That's Sergey
Duran
Svetnoy.
Curtin as a costume. Ross.
The costumer's name is
I don't want to say
Curtin.
last name, but
Here for it.
I guess his title would be Dolly Grip.
You're not supposed to just read it,
Mamie
but
Mitchell, which,
whatever. Maybe Mitchell's the script supervisor.
Matthew Himmer, assistant chief lighting technician. Joseph Zelo, key rigging. David Halls, first assistant director. Reese Price, key grip. Thomas Gaddy, special effects coordinator. Roman Gaddy, special effects key. Lucas Husak, special effects technician. And Alec Baldwin, actor.
Thanks. Judge, can I retrieve mine? Thank you. Thank you, sir. If you need to look at the report again, let me know.
Yes, most of the credits for the movie of Rust have just been read. Yes, the credits have rolled.
All right. I heard on the Poppell video, initially you were told 3 or 4 people were in the church.
Yes.
All right. After hearing that, what did you do?
I didn't hear that. Thank you for clarifying, counsel.
Tried to figure out who exactly was in the church by asking several different people and eventually
in the church?
ending up with that list.
Okay. And you ultimately crowd all those individuals
Wait,
together?
were all 12 of those
Yes.
people
Okay.
in the church? I don't think so.
And is it your testimony that there was no other way to have them situated, that they had to be together?
That was his testimony 4 times.
No other way, but that was the way they were placed.
Okay. And would you agree with me that ideally that should not have happened in this case?
I mean, if you're Monday morning quarterbacking it, ideally we'll be able to place handcuffs on everybody and separate them individually in each car. But with limited resources and
Ideally, cuff them all, put them into 25 different cop
All right.
cars.
Do you recall giving a pretrial interview in this case?
yes.
Okay. Now, in your interview, you mentioned the benefit of hindsight. You kind of approached that.
He's like, we had 3 law
topic,
enforcement officers and an entire
talking about
movie
Monday
set, sir.
morning
I don't
quarterbacking.
know what you want me to do.
Looking at the case now, with benefit of hindsight and your additional training, is there anything else you would do? Is there anything you would do differently?
I don't know
There's
if it's
quite a few things
relevant.
I would have done differently.
What things would you have done differently?
Nobody's objecting.
Separated everybody further apart. Attempted to get everybody's disposable cuffs, collect phones, stuff like that.
Okay.
He really wanted to cuff
And you
everybody. He's like,
Actually, told my investigator you do the scene completely differently.
we want to keep everybody's hands to themselves.
All right. And is one of the reasons you would do that differently is that you're now aware of the valuable evidence that can be found on cell phones?
I think he was probably aware at the time.
One of the reasons would being the more training that I've received and experience.
Okay. When you approached Mr. Baldwin, was he on his phone?
Yes.
All right. After you spoke with him, did you tell him to stay off of his phone?
I believe so.
Okay.
Not in that video, no.
Did he
Did
listen?
you take his phone from him?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you take his phone?
During that portion of my career, I wasn't, I guess, knowledgeable on the fact of what cell phones provided and the availability to detain and secure people's cell phone devices.
You didn't know you
Okay.
could.
Aside from the witnesses
You didn't
speaking
know
to
you
one
could.
another,
He's like, I didn't know I could.
is there
I didn't
anything
know I could
else that
just
was
take it.
happening on this
Can I just take it? I
movie
didn't know I
set
could just take it.
that could have affected what they told investigators later about what they saw?
I'm not too sure. Could you rephrase that?
Yeah, as we sit here today and having looked at your video and hopefully having done some prep for this trial, Is there any other thing that you can think of, aside from the witnesses being corralled together, that could affect?
I mean, I don't know how we would have had
statements that they
probable
gave to
cause to take
investigators.
everybody's cell phone. Honestly.
Other than being placed apart and separate. I don't
No,
think.
Lucinda, he can't just take
Okay.
it.
Yes.
Do you recall an attorney who was present at this movie set?
I do remember somebody claiming to be an attorney
Really?
for the movie set. I don't
Okay.
remember her name.
And she specifically identified herself as an attorney for the production company?
Sometimes
Yes.
they do that.
All right. And what was she telling people?
I can't remember at the time.
Yes.
Judge, it goes to,
There was an
do you want
objection.
to argue your approach?
It doesn't matter, whichever you all are more comfortable with.
Argue
Judge,
here.
goes to the effect on the listener and what he did, and that it's highly
Did the
relevant,
attorney
but it's
scare
not
you, sir?
offered literally for the truth of the matter asserted.
Well, I'd have to see what it is. Approach.
They're asking, this is for hearsay, what they heard the attorney saying. He argued effect on the listener to how he responded because there was an attorney on set. Though I imagine the attorney on set would have said things like, you can't just like grab everybody's cell phone, right? Like you have to have probable cause. And he at this point had life flight helicopters leave, told everybody not to talk to each other and stay set. He didn't have enough information to even have probable cause for anything other than 2 people got shot. There was live ordnance on set and Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger. So this is a tough one. This is chaotic, but the defense is doing their job. So I'm going to answer some questions while they're at sidebar arguing over hearsay. Look, we've gotten half a day into this trial without a hearsay argument. Vince says, sounds like hearsay voices in the article. Didn't Depp versus Heard have a rule about that? Different kind of video, different kind of audio, and most of the people on this video are also witnesses. So it's a slightly different situation than in Depp v. Heard. Paige asked, did you see Jensen Ackles' interview? No. If so, are you surprised he is not on the witness list? IDK, but I will go find it this weekend and let you guys know what I think on Monday. Lynette said, I've bingoed already. We're going to have a very active and inappropriate bingo card for this trial between the uncocked, the board holes, and the accidental taint. It's going to be a lot. A question. So Hannah Gutierrez ended up cuffed in the back of a van, but not Alec, even though he was the one holding the smoking gun. You have read that correctly, Emma Mack, which if I was the defense attorney, I would be capitalizing on. So you handcuffed and put her in the back of the car, but Baldwin was wandering around talking on his phone. Very good question.
Who were potentially involved or asking them what they seen, I believe. I didn't really hear all the conversations she was having.
Eddie, opening
Have
statements
you
were
ever
this
been to a
morning.
crime scene where
We've got those
an
this morning.
attorney
And the
shows
other-
up and starts
other
talking to
stream.
witnesses before the police do?
No.
Attorneys do that.
Okay. And
I'm not surprised
Would
the
you agree
attorney
with
was
me
there
that,
after the camera
talking
crew walked
to
off.
a legal representative of some entity, in this case the movie production, could that have affected the statements that the witnesses gave later to police?
There's a possibility of it, yes.
Calls for
Okay.
speculation.
Why did you not take steps to stop that from happening?
Because I wasn't the one investigating them individually, right? Reading them the Miranda rights at the
Sir,
time.
it was not my job.
Were you aware that this was a problem at the
More-
time as you observed it?
More experienced officers will answer,
Not
it was
at the
not my
time,
job,
no.
with a bit more authority.
It's something you've become aware of by virtue of your
Not my job.
training now?
Yes.
Not my job. Not my job. I was not Mirandizing people. I was not cuffing people. Not my job. We saw a lot of that in the Murdaugh trial.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Prosecution. Who is Jensen Ackles? He is an actor that was on site on this and who a lot of us very much enjoy from things like Supernatural.
Thank you, officer. Do you need a warrant to search a phone?
Yes. Unless, well, yes.
Do you need a warrant to take a
And
phone?
did you have a warrant on this day?
Judge, objection. I talked about seizing the phone, not searching it. Those are very different concepts.
Fair point. What about seizure?
I can rephrase.
Okay.
Did you have a warrant to seize the phone?
No, I did not have a warrant.
Do you need a
Okay, and
warrant
was
to
it
seize
your
the phone?
job to get a warrant?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Have you ever been to a crime scene with 200 witnesses before?
No.
Okay. And have you ever been to a crime scene that was on a movie set before?
No.
All right.
I would
Nothing
imagine
further.
most people have not.
Thank you. This witness is excused. Next witness.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Your
sir.
Honor. I'm gonna get. He followed up everything he needed to follow up. Sir, can you just run around taking everybody's phone? No. Okay.
The next witness the state calls is Tim Benavidez. He should be on his way in.
Tim Banditas. Nilda in the chat asked, question, was she in the church? She was not. If not, aren't they supposed to wait for the armorer to start even practicing if they're handling a gun? I believe so. Movie experts are going to be here. And remember, Video Village, where you could watch remotely on monitors, was down because the camera crew walked off set over safety concerns earlier that day. That is going to come up. The prosecution didn't make that super clear as that's why they walked off, but they walked off due to safety concerns. That doesn't really support the prosecution's case. So she couldn't watch from Video Village where you could see it on monitors. And they were still practicing some COVID precautions because it was 2021. So they did not want a lot of people in the church. So she was not in the church. She should have been, but it seems that Dave Halls is the one who decided to keep her out of the church when the weapon was on set and did not tell her.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
There was a brief redirect. Are we about to get yelled at? Maybe.
Hang on just 1 second.
Question. So they handcuffed Hannah Gutierrez, not Baldwin.
Give us just 1 second. When we switched computers.
The officer very clearly said there was live ordnance and Baldwin is the one that pulled the trigger. But Hannah Gutierrez Reed was the one in the back of a cop car. Baldwin was not yet. He was walking around on his phone and then was taken in for questioning. So at what point Baldwin got put in a car, I don't know. But Baldwin did not get cuffed. Baldwin pulled the trigger. I'm with you, chat. I'm with you on the what the fuck of it all. I'm with you. You were not wrong. Hannah wasn't cuffed. I think at some point she was. Maybe she wasn't. B2? No, please don't yell. The prosecutor has a very brusque delivery. So hopefully we won't see that. False Star in the chat asked, is there motive? No, this is not a homicide. This is a involuntary manslaughter case. This is an accidental shooting. There is no motive that we have seen. If there was motive, then you would end up in the other
Sir, how are you currently employed?
versions of homicide.
I am not.
There's no mens rea.
Congratulations. Why are you not employed?
I retired from the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office in July.
How are you currently
In July,
employed?
okay.
Negative.
And how are you employed on October 21st of 2021?
I was a lieutenant with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, day shift commander.
Give us an idea of your background and experience in terms of your law enforcement experience.
I did 20 years with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, going through the ranks from deputy to lieutenant.
How many years?
20 years.
And did you have any law enforcement experience before going to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
I did not.
Okay. And how did you become involved in
I'm not mad at the
incident
congrats. How are you
on
currently
October
employed?
21st,
I'm not.
2021 at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
I'm not mad at that at all.
I was a day shift
She probably
commander.
knows this officer as well.
We had gotten dispatched to the Bonanza Creek Ranch.
What did you think you were being dispatched to?
Dispatch advised that there was a accidental shooting with a prop gun.
And what did you do when you received that information?
Due to the nature of the call, I activated my lights and sirens, and I proceeded to the
I've told
movie
you,
ranch.
attorneys' demeanors between arguing with attorneys and the judge and in front of the jury can change
Tell us
very
what you
much.
saw when you arrived. What was going on? Describe the scene to us.
Her demeanor in front of the jury is much different than on the Zoom calls.
Coming
sure.
upon the movie ranch, there is security. The movie ranch is quite large. One of the security guards at the time told us that to follow him in because it was quite large, the movie set. As soon as we got to the movie set itself, it was chaos. There was people everywhere. Deputy Lefleur was already on scene. I didn't know where he was. And I was being directed to the makeshift church.
And sir, did you also have a body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And did you run your body-worn camera?
Actors and trial lawyers.
From the time I activated my lights to head to the movie ranch, it was activated.
So is there a fair portion of your body-worn camera that is you driving your car?
Yes, there is. I was on the other side of the county, of Santa Fe County.
Was that the tech dude? Why are we all standing in the well?
I believe 16 minutes.
Sir, where did you come from? All of a sudden it's like, wah, dude.
And after you arrived on scene, did you make contact with anyone?
Singing fan, thank you for getting
security guard. And then
thank you for getting my Chicago reference.
Myself and the corporal at the time, Corporal Alderete, we made contact at the church.
It is a small courtroom.
Was Corporal Alderete there before you?
I believe me and him went in at the same time.
So prior to you and Corporal Alderete arriving, was it just Deputy Lefleur?
Yes, it was.
So
Chad, at lunch, I forgot to take Advil for my shoulder that's killing me. I'll be right back.
Was there a way to effectively separate the witnesses at that point in time?
There was not, with 3 deputies
Negative
on
Ghost
scene.
Rider.
We were trying to,
chaos
at the time, find out how the victims were in the church. And fire personnel was telling us for help to land a helicopter. So there was no way at the time. We were trying to corral everybody and keep everybody corralled as much as possible to as witnesses.
Was one of the primary focuses helping the injured people?
That was our main focus. As soon as we found out that we had enough fire personnel working on the victims, our next thing is to find out where the gun's at.
And is that what you tried to do?
Yes.
Sir, have you had an opportunity to review the footage from your body-worn camera recently?
Yes, I have.
And I would like to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 2.
No objection.
And permission to publish.
States 2 is admitted. You may publish.
And we are going to start this video at 16 minutes and 5 seconds so that we don't spend 16 minutes watching him drive to the scene.
We're going to secure the film and all the crew members. Okay. Cool. Thanks. I have like 200 people out here, so. Alrighty, let's see if, yes, I already called for them.
Hello, chat. Oh, the Blair Witch of it all. The sky is so blue. Yeah, I don't know when fire arrived. I'm interested to see. I like seeing the Yazipidis too, Michaela. Why are we seeing one and not the other? We will not see the ones that show the victims.
Corporal, I need you to know who's in charge. Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Okay, everybody stops what they're doing, and I need the
Fire's
field
there.
secured by whoever's in charge of the.
He's like, fuck!
Mr. Benavidez, we heard you give some instructions to
Stop!
that lady. Do you remember who that lady was?
I do not remember who she was.
Did you get an impression of whether she was someone in charge or not in charge?
I did. She was talking to Corporal Alderete. I figured that she had to be somebody important, a director or something.
And why were you telling her to do all these things?
I think I was telling the corporal,
Oh,
whoever was in charge.
He wasn't
and
telling
I think
her.
she rose her hand, and then I directed to her.
I wonder
and
if
what are you
that's Mamie
talking about in
Mitchell,
terms of securing the
script
video?
supervisor.
Why would that be important?
Because a
Well, I saw
shooting
video
happened.
and behind them, and they said they were filming.
Because if they filmed somebody
As
getting
you sit here
shot,
today, are you aware of whether or not there was actually a video recording of the shooting?
I don't know if there actually was. I never found out.
And you were not the primary detective on the case, is that right?
That is correct. I was not.
he's like, I just showed up on scene and told everybody to stop, collaborate, and listen. And everybody was like, there's
At
200
this point
people
in time,
on 1,000
other
acres.
than providing aid to the people who've been shot, what's the most important
Why
piece of
is there a
evidence that
spray
you're concerned
bottle
about?
on defense counsel's
In my head
table.
at that time, I was thinking about where the gun was.
The gun. God, Chicago is stuck in my head. It's going to be a musical kind of a day. The manicure's on point. Oh my God. Body cam. It might be hand sanitizer. It's just like it looks like a no spray bottle. Like a objection.
Why are you asking for pictures?
Trying to preserve the scene as much as possible. I know I'm wearing my body camera, but I'm trying to preserve everything I can.
On this
Because
particular
he's not treating the victims at the moment.
scene, was that easy?
He's
It
trying to.
was not.
He's trying to create order out of chaos.
Where's the props guy? Where's the props guy at?
You want the job? You need to make sure that
Yes, they're taking care of business. What else do you need there, Chief?
What's my radio? It's just here. Thank you.
Don't show. Yeah, we don't want to see any.
Where is it?
Also, everybody being in masks is going to make it
Why are
hard.
you asking for the props guy?
Because somebody got shot on a movie set,
I
ma'am.
think it was more of a guess to find out where the gun was.
Okay.
Oh, I'm just trying to find the gun.
And did you hear that person screaming in the background?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who that person was?
Joel,
And why was Joel screaming?
because he was shot from what I saw.
And the gentleman who is standing right in front of you on the video screen there, do you recall your interaction with him?
I don't, other than the video. He just offered his services trying to find the props guy.
Okay. He's a guy there that tried to help you.
Yes.
Okay.
Why has it got to be the props guy? I don't know. It's just their default. They didn't know. But, I mean, I'm from LA where guy is used fairly neutrally. They're also in a high stress situation. They could have just said, where's props? But then maybe people would get confused about the props tent versus the props person. But
There's one there, and there's one there. That's none of them. Okay.
What happened there?
I'm not too worried about it when they're trying to
I believe
contain a
he's a
scene with 200
director,
people
and
and
he,
2 people shot.
took me to a gray cart, and there was 2 guns on the cart.
They were trying to find the
And
gun.
he told me that those weren't the 2 guns used in the church at that time.
So not the gun you're looking for.
Exactly.
Lots of guns, but not the right gun. I'm with Runkle that I would be with the people yelling fuck on set. Probably preceded by what the... God, I hate body cam footage. Like, body cam footage is helpful, but watching it also makes me motiony.
You're in charge, man? I need to know where the gun's at right now.
That looks like Mamie Mitchell. I would imagine the script supervisor. They're like armorer. They're yelling for the armorer. Which is why we're going to see this, because the victims aren't going to be on this footage, but we're going to see his first interaction with the defendant.
That's the gun.
Okay.
It's so loud.
Where are they at?
God, it's so
You know what
loud.
discussion you're having? What are you asking about?
I'm asking about the gun, if that was the right gun used. She told me yes. And then she's talking about the ammunition.
Okay. Was the ammunition readily available right there?
It was not.
Do you have those rounds I gave you?
They're on the cart.
Are they? Who would you give them to? I didn't.
I'll get them.
Mr. Benavidez, why did you let that gentleman with the hat on go collect the rounds or the cart or whatever it was he said?
I had 3 deputies on scene. I was taking care of the gun at the time and the props person. I had 2 other deputies trying to control their part of the scene.
We have active victims.
I was keeping my eye
200 people.
as much as I can on the person going for the ammunition.
I think the blonde guy with the mask is Dave Halls.
Did he bring something back to you?
He brought me the gray cart that we had gone.
Yeah, just secure the whole
and,
cart.
we were looking for the gun that was used. That was the gray cart that he brought back.
And you saw that cart previously because the other gentleman walked you up to it, right?
That is correct.
So when
kinda
this
leading.
gentleman brings you the cart, does it appear to have been,
Objection, leading.
sorry,
Sustained.
Correct.
did it seem different when the gentleman
Just
brought
stop.
back to you?
Leading.
Sustained.
How did the cart look when it was brought to you?
The cart looked the same to me.
See, he already knows what she's asking.
In disorder, there was still 2 guns on top of it.
What, if anything, was different about the cart?
Yeah, that's not it. The one.
Your
Or
Honor,
what
said
did we
what, if
just see you
anything?
do there?
I
There's a lot going
cleared
on
the
in that
gun
cop
and I
car.
secured it in the front of my unit.
And what does it mean to clear a gun?
I was making it safe for myself and for the crime scene tech, or a detective that would look at it after I secured it.
Did it have any ammunition in it?
The
It
gun.
did not.
Wait, it had nothing in it. So by the time this officer arrives on the crime scene, Hannah was not the one who had the gun. The gun came from somewhere. And the gun is empty. What? What? Who emptied the gun? Who emptied the gun.
What did you do with that gun?
I secured it in the front of my unit and I locked the door.
Oh my God, fuck.
Yep.
I'm so. Are they okay?
No.
We need more units out here.
Huh?
I've never been inside a gun.
Oh my God.
Why is the gun empty? I don't know who's in the hat. But the gun being empty when this officer takes it is interest. Someone emptied that gun. And the defense said it was Sarah Zachary.
That is the cart that I originally was taken.
She looks
to by
very
the other
different in
gentleman.
court than she does on the crime
Same
scene
cart.
footage.
So, okay,
We got rounds here.
okay, now, so, this is the one I'm pretty sure, that's the one, and okay, sorry.
You're okay.
Sorry.
Just relax. Just relax.
So scared.
You're all right. Just relax.
So here's the box that I got them out of.
Okay. You're right there. You're right there, okay? Relax. I just need you to...
No, she's about to freak the fuck out.
We saw you
Relax
take
is not going to
something.
work.
What did you take?
They were 2 white boxes of rounds that the prop person
She looks very, very
said
young
that these
and
were the,
very stressed and
rounds
very
used.
scared.
And this person that you took those rounds from, the person that's right here in the center of the video screen, is that Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, it is.
Do you see that person in court?
Do you see Ms. Gutierrez sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you just go ahead and point her out and
identify
tell
where
us what
she's
she's wearing
sitting?
for the record?
She's wearing a gray jacket and a white top.
And also, just for the record, where is Bonanza Creek Ranch located?
Bonanza Creek Ranch is on the southern end of Santa Fe County. It's off the frontage road, I-25 frontage road
For the record, state of New Mexico.
in the state of New Mexico.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Just relax, okay? I just need you to relax. Just please relax, okay?
Oh, it's
Take deep breaths and relax.
It is a very,
Somebody get water for
very
her?
genuine onset of stress.
No, the helicopter's here for her. Yeah, no, the helicopter's here for her.
Is she where the fuck are these entry wounds? Is she okay? Can somebody tell me anything?
I don't know anything. I just, right now, I don't know. I'm just trying to secure everything.
Mr. Benavidez, do you know why the helicopter is still there?
The helicopter, in my experience, lands and they try to stabilize the victim before they fly him out. The victim has to be stable before they fly him out.
Can that sometimes take time?
Yes, from my experience, yes, it takes a little bit of time.
Need to know before I start getting information. She's an armor.
Life flights also stress people out because they give you an indication of how serious it is.
I won't remember your names. I'm sorry. Can somebody get him water?
I won't remember your names. I'm sorry. Facts. I feel for her too, Chad. I really do. I really feel for her. That's Dave Halls. They're walking him away. I don't know who the woman in blue is. I don't know who the guy in the hat is.
Do you remember where those boxes of ammunition are right now?
Yes, they're on the left side of the cart on a piece of paper.
And are you keeping an eye on them?
I am.
And you saw what they... Did you see them when she handed them to you?
I saw them. I know what they physically look like, yes.
Thank you.
My name is Shannon. My husband and I own
name's Tim.
Nice to meet you.
My husband and I own the ranch.
Yes, I mean, I'm not worried about the insurance, I'm worried about her life, so.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, So,
No,
I'm not worried about insurance. I'm worried about her life. The owner of the ranch is immediately talking about insurance. Wow. Ma'am,
no,
this is a crime scene, ma'am. We will talk to you tomorrow.
we are bringing a whole lot of units here because there's a whole lot of people here.
yes, we're trying
Okay.
to clear them out.
No,
No.
nobody's getting cleared out, everybody is staying
No.
where they're at.
No,
Okay,
no
Okay?
one's
We're
going
trying-
fucking
that's why
anywhere.
it's so difficult, we're trying to hold everybody where they're at.
okay.
Nope, this is a crime. Ma'am, this is a crime scene.
Okay, what I'm gonna have you do.
We're
is
trying to clear everybody out.
Okay.
The fuck you are.
You're not arrested, the door's gonna stay open. Since you're the armor, they're gonna wanna talk to you more than anybody, okay?
Sitting her down is probably also a good idea to
Mr.
let her
Benavidez,
start to breathe.
Why did you ask Ms. Gutierrez to get into your truck?
He did say you're not arrested. Very
With
clearly.
the scene being so active, and her being the armor, I couldn't have her walk off and lose her. So I put her in my unit.
She was
As
also
as
starting
you
to
heard,
lose it.
She was not under arrest. They just needed to talk to her.
Can you describe the inside of your unit?
Yes, it's caged from the middle of my unit. My windows are caged up also, and you cannot get into the front of my unit at all.
Not even if you're sitting in the back?
Not even if you're sitting in the back. You do not have access
Yeah, you should.
to the front of my vehicle.
Can I please have that water?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Just relax. Okay? I'm just trying to, because there's a whole lot of people here, so I'm trying to secure
She's not
everybody.
going to relax. The sky is beautiful.
You
She's
can
not
be
going to
right
relax. Oh,
You can leave the door open, you don't have to do anything, okay?
I hope we see the body cam of where Alec Baldwin is during this, because Hannah Gutierrez is freaking the fuck out.
Hey! To the bed!
I'm turning it down while the ambulance is backing up.
There.
I believe I was telling Corporal Derete to
From the
put
windows
the yellow tape
walls.
to the med truck. I think,
He was trying to get him to tape
Or-
off the crime
or
scene.
or I was
Why?
asking for a med unit to come and check on Hannah.
Understood. And why would you ask for a medical unit to come check on Hannah?
The way she was
Freaking the fuck
she
out.
was pretty much hyperventilating, and I didn't want her to pass out, and then we have a bigger problem.
Okay.
She's, of course she is. She is absolutely panicked.
If I could have a unit head to St. B's, we got one shot in the shoulder. That one's going to St. B's. The helo just landed, and they are trying to get that other 41 stable. So if I could have somebody go to St. B's and this other subject.
What is St. V's for people who don't know that short name?
That's St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
And why are you sending a unit to St. V's?
For one, for logistics, to help the detectives find out how the victims are doing.
Let me also ask you this. Is there potentially evidence to be collected?
Yes, there is. Clothing. stuff
Bullet.
like that, yes.
Anything else you can think of?
Bullet.
Maybe the projectile still
Bullet.
in them. I don't.
Bullet.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Generally, you end up with someone going towards a shooting victim.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Turn the radio in the truck down.
No, not at all. I'm sorry. I didn't even step to it. I got people there with. Yeah, he's gonna have to sit.
Alec Baldwin, the actor, is the one that pulled the trigger, is what that individual just told law enforcement. And that looks like other law enforcement.
I got the two people that were in the room.
I got their IDs that were, I've got the IDs of the people that were in the room, the church.
No, we know where he's at. We know who he is. Yeah. We just get his face. Is he in a trailer? Okay.
For those,
So try to keep him away from everybody.
yes.
Not to talk to anybody.
Go put him the fuck in a car and tell him to get off the phone. Does her freaking out make it better for her
Tell us what that-
defense? Does it make her look better? I think she's having a very human reaction. And I think anytime you humanize somebody in court, it is helpful to them. It's a very human reaction. This is an accident, though. And the defense is going to lean into this is a tragic accident because of production. And so her response is very, very real. And it's like they put her in this position. That's what the defense is going to argue.
Conversation was about.
So Deputy Lefleur and I were conversating on what we have. He was telling me
They
who
were
the
trying
shooter
to-
was, and who he had over there. He had more witnesses. And what we were talking about, because there's 4 of us now, there was another deputy that just showed up on scene. We were trying to keep everybody separated so they wouldn't talk about the case.
And is there a specific person that you're talking about keeping separated?
Alec Baldwin.
Thank you.
Yeah, go put Baldwin in a cop car.
If you get all the director, get a production car. Is it? Sorry, I didn't.
I'm still struck by how blue the sky is.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen the pictures from the crime scene, but
Right.
it's so freaking windy. Crystal, I was thinking it exactly. I've been suppressing it. It's so much thinking it. Okay, well, they're walking through the great blue sky. Jordan in the chat said he could cuff me. He was ready to cuff everybody, wasn't he? There's always gonna be a hottie officer every single trial. This was just a hottie officer without a dog. Maybe there will also be a hottie officer with a dog. We'll see.
So,
Lisa, thank you for the gifted memberships.
Alec Baldwin, who pulled the trigger. I have the weapon, I have the ammo, and I have the armor. Pretty much, they don't touch it until the armor gives it to them. And the director was going over the shot, going over what was going to happen on the set, and she got shot in the chest.
I've got the gun, the ammo, the armor. Alec Baldwin is the one who pulled the trigger, and then he's going over what they were doing. They figured out this crime scene pretty quickly. They were blocking out the shot, is what he was saying on that, if you guys didn't hear it clearly.
That's what it sounds. I don't know. But we do have pictures, but there's like 200 people here.
Yeah, Melissa, we're a little gray and rainy here, aren't we?
People in the room. There was 4 people in the room. And 2 were shot.
He said how many people were in the room? 2 were shot.
2 shots. 141 in the chest. The other male.
He's wrong on that.
Shot in the shoulder.
He said 2. Oh, I think he said 2 shot, not 2 shots. 1 shot, 1 round fired, 2 people shot.
Mr. Benavidez, do you remember who you're talking to?
I believe I was talking to Lieutenant Michael Martinez. He was the lieutenant of the Criminal Investigation Division, the detectives. And I was...
CJ, I don't think he covered it on purpose, though. A lot of law enforcement officers will stand with their hands on, will hold their vests or pull their vests down. But a lot of them, that is like their default stance. So I don't know if he was trying to cover it up or if he was just holding his vest. I can't quite tell.
Briefing them over the phone what was happening.
Why would you do that?
Because this goes straight to him and his detective. So I was trying to brief him of what equipment he might need.
While he was coming
how
on
many
the scene.
personnel he might need.
Like that's what he was.
Did you say
giving him
the
the rundown.
situation is very fluid?
Yes.
What did you mean?
It is an active scene.
Fucking
There's
people
still
everywhere.
people walking around. Still people trying to get into the church. They're just people everywhere.
Yeah, it's kind of a clusterfuck.
But it is detective file that was involved in this original. All right. Do you want to talk to me, sir?
Alec is gonna smoke a cigarette. He'll sit in his own car.
Okay.
His vehicle.
Alec Baldwin.
Who is that dude with the water?
I'm good, thank you.
I like
just
him.
Drink a Red Bull right before this. I'm all hyped up. Sorry.
Who's the dude with the hat? He's trying to take care of everybody and make sure everybody's okay.
Okay.
Like he's been working his ass off and helping law enforcement. Well, I guess we'll find out.
You doing okay?
No.
Okay. I was not expecting that to be the response. You doing okay? No.
Lieutenant!
What the fuck, Lieutenant? They're fucking everywhere.
Oh, I thought you were the lieutenant. I need somebody to check that 41, the armor. She's having a panic attack. I need somebody to check for her. Okay.
The armor.
Yeah, she's the armor. She's hyperventilating. She's having a...
Where is the medic from the movie set? That is the person who could be doing that.
Can you come back in?
What's that?
I gotta go get that guy over there and bring him back here.
What guy?
He's right there, the guy with the cowboy hat. Wearing the black.
The one on the right. I'll go get him. Okay, yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for helping.
What? Oh, gosh. Whoever the medic on set is could be dealing with Hannah while law enforcement deals with other stuff. Because her having a panic attack and passing out is going to be a problem. And there's 4 officers.
Yes, just that. That's it. Okay. All right.
The gentleman is G.
At least people are trying to help control the scene.
Hey, Doc, in my unit, it's the girl in the middle. You, sir? You
Absolutely hurting cats.
Okay, I need you just to head that way for me, please. Thank you.
Because now everybody has gone everywhere.
Where are you telling that guy to go?
Who is that guy?
So I was told that he was in the church. So I was directing him towards either Corporal Alderete or Deputy Lefleur.
And for what purpose?
He was possibly a witness.
The house enters.
We were told by the priest.
Okay, hold on. All right, let me see who you guys are. I don't want too many people here.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. What's up?
I don't have any additional security guards. I got one. I got a gate. Okay, I've got my 2 guys right here. You can post them wherever.
Okay, thank you. I'll figure that out. Let me go see what's going on with
Who?
you guys, and I'll be right back.
Don't cross the tape.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know why nobody on set has walkies. Chat, you guys have been asking. I don't know why nobody has a walkie. Everybody's just yelling.
You okay? Yes, ma'am. Okay, where's that lady that was in charge?
I need you guys.
Oh my god, the trucks are so loud. And he's running around trying to find people. What a mess.
This is Reed, one of our camera operators.
Okay, come here, sir. How's it going? My name is Lieutenant Benavidez. Can I go to the hospital? Not yet. Okay. Not yet. So, Corporal, we got a camera operator who is in the room. Okay?
He's trying to round up the people that were in the church to be interviewed.
It's just hard. We can't let all people in and out. So if you get, I'm going to try to get over here. Yeah.
It's like, I need you to stand here and not move. And of course, the people on set want to go to the hospital to check on how everybody else is doing. I have so much empathy for this officer running around this film set trying to get the people who are in the church that have scattered.
Whoever directed us on who was in the room, I'm trying to find her so she could help me out and make sure we have everybody.
I think that's the script supervisor.
Okay.
I'm the UPN. This is, if it's not her set, it's mine.
Okay.
So I can help you. Tell me how I can.
Okay. Who is this?
Who was in the church?
Okay. Lieutenant Benavidez, I didn't mean to be rude to you, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to secure everybody. And who is that? Benavidez.
No, you're fine.
So I have a whole lot of people coming this way, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're one of our co-producers.
Okay.
These two gentlemen right here are Lucas and Marcos. They're my locations peeps.
Yes.
A little farther down in the white is Shannon. She's the owner of the ranch.
Okay.
The gentleman who I was talking to earlier in the brown hat is Brian, the production designer.
Yes, I met him.
Yeah.
Okay.
The brown hat is
I'll be with
Brian.
you in a little bit, ma'am. Okay. Let me talk to my guys to secure this area.
Sir, who was in the church? I need whoever was in the church on this side of the tape.
Corporal.
And if you weren't in the church, I need you on the other side of the tape.
I need somebody on that side to secure, so we're not going in and out. We're trying. Everybody pretty much that's in is staying in.
Crime scene tape.
Who are these officers? What's happening here?
I don't know.
More deputies coming, like I was asking
Brian's
for.
the guy with the hat with the water.
So this makes 6 deputies on scene right now.
Oh yeah, Baldwin was on his phone the whole time.
I'm just trying to direct them to try to secure as much of the scene as I can.
It's not going well. To no fault of
The
his.
parking lot, because it's still fluid. We still have that still on deck. Okay, I don't know. One patient still here. Do we have somebody going to the hospital? Yes, okay. You can stand on that side and make sure people aren't coming in and out. Everybody that's in stays in.
Did I hear you say that one of the injured people was still there?
The life
Yes,
flight's
that's
still
correct.
there.
And do you know why?
She wasn't
They
stable.
were trying to get the female stable so they could fly her out.
Still.
Still.
Here, I have the corporal on that side with Sanchez. He's still trying to get the information. It looks like we have all the people that were in the room.
How are these officers standing out there without sunglasses on? I would die.
If you could go see that gentleman. Sanchez! Okay. I need you to stay by my unit. I have the weapon in my truck, okay, and all the ammunition on that tray. Okay. Okay.
Somebody go stand there and make sure no one fucking touches it.
Alec Baldwin, he's sitting over there. He shot and then he shot. He got the gun from the armor who I have in my car.
One shot.
She's not under arrest. She just
Wait, why is Baldwin over that way and not on the other side of the crime tape?
This will be your entry point right here. Okay.
Dude.
Over. Yep.
Y'all know Baldwin shot. Put him in a cop
What's an
car.
entry point?
It's a check-in point for whoever comes into the scene right now. From now on.
Any other law enforcement.
As detectives, crime scene techs,
Main point of
medical
contact.
personnel, whoever else is coming on board.
So is there a break in the crime scene tape right there?
I believe Deputy, I don't remember if Deputy Puentes put a break or he's just lifting up the tape. I don't remember which.
Where is the tape at this point in time?
It is, the yellow tape is connected to my vehicle and it's pretty much connected to all the sheriff's personnel vehicles that are on scene.
And is it, what is it cordoning off?
It's cordoning off the makeshift church.
The crime scene.
Thank you.
The crime scene.
okay. I still have those charges pending.
And they've got the card kind of inside the crime. There, pull the card inside the crime scene tape. Yoink. Card's coming with me. Yeah, they're using cop cars to cordon off the crime scene tape because there's nowhere else to tie it.
She said this is the one that's empty. This is the one that she said.
I need this prosecutor to keep stopping him and asking him what he's saying because the wind is so bad.
It's a 45. I have the dummy rounds right here. It's a 45. Okay. Okay, and we will.
He's talking to the fire.
Back that up. Why are you giving this information to this gentleman? Tell us what's happening.
Thank you.
So the med unit is asking what kind of weapon was used, and I'm letting them know what Hannah told me. Is it was a 45. She pointed to the two white ammo boxes, and I was reading out the ammo boxes, 45 dummy rounds.
Bear with me. I'm trying to. There we go.
You're trying to back that up. We heard you.
What did those boxes look like?
Two white ammo boxes. They were white and it had a label on the flap end.
Did you recognize them?
Recognize as in how?
Had you seen them previously?
Oh yes, they're the ones that Hannah told me that these were the rounds used for that day.
A good non-leading question. It just took him a minute to catch up.
Did the prop cart look different?
It did not.
She said this is the one that's empty. This is the one that she said.
This is chaotic. I don't think it's badly done. I think it's just the circumstance.
It's a 45.
There's not much they can
Okay,
do.
and we will. Let's go this way. I have a lawyer here already.
I have a lawyer here already. Fuck, the lawyer might have been there because the camera crew walked off, though.
Is one of those ladies the lawyer
here already?
I believe the one on the left, the white shirted lady, is the lawyer.
Not the hat.
And where are the witnesses who were in the church at the time of the shooting?
They are in the front of the church with Corporal Derete or with Deputy Lefleur.
She is very well answering the questions that the defense raised with the other witness. The defense was like, oh, so there was a lawyer, could have changed their testimony. She's addressing that now, I think, very smart. Runkle, not Baldwin's lawyer. This is the production lawyer. I don't know how the production lawyer got there so fast or if production's lawyer was on set because the camera crew walked off, but that's the lawyer for production.
How far away from those people is she?
The lawyer?
Good question.
Yeah.
Shouting distance, I guess.
How far the fuck is that?
Would you have heard her?
Yes.
How far is shouting distance, sir? Like in distance, not in sound, not in decibels, like 25 yards? 50? Like this
Would
much?
anybody have that?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Thank you.
Helena Hutchins, Hyldena. Here, I get it for you.
You got it, Doc? Yep.
I mean, I can't tell how far that is.
So I have, Alec Baldwin is the one that pulled the trigger. Yeah.
Where is he?
I have the armor in my unit. I have the gun with Puentes, and there the tray has the dummy rounds. Okay. I have Frederick on that side. Puentes is taking care of here. He's gonna start taking care of the log.
I got this down until they get the pinches still behind there, until they HP dog and they're all put up.
Okay. And make sure everybody goes to Sanchez. All the personnel that were
They're
in there.
kind of setting up a point of
Make sure he has
command.
everybody. Okay? Yeah, I have more people coming.
You're going to need them. This man has traversed this crime scene quite a lot.
Did we hear you say you have more people coming?
I was hoping I had more people coming, but I kept asking for more people.
He's like, I was putting it out there.
Let me-
I was manifesting back
Let me
up.
ask you, how big is the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
When I left, we had 100 officers.
And if you can estimate for us,
How many
on
on a day
like
shift?
October 21st, 2021, how
he's-
many officers would have been
He's the day
available
shift
to
commander.
respond to this call out?
3 deputies. All I had. That's all I had. We are stationed all over the county. So I was
county.
a rover. I believe the corporal was north of Santa Fe County. And then I had a deputy that was assigned to Santa Fe. But in this case, Deputy Lefleur was coming in for overtime, and he happened to hear the call and he helped out.
Thank you.
She okay? She okay? She's shaking out. I know, that's why I called the meds for her. Yeah. I want her to check.
She
to make
okay? They're
sure
talking
she's
about
not,
Hannah.
I think they're definitely sure about that right now. Okay. We just need to. I'll bring it back. All right. Okay. Careful of it. I'm just questioning. Well, she's okay. She's already dealing with all this. Yeah. She needs to get it. She needs to be good. Okay.
Blue shirt and hat guy is Brian. Brian seems to be holding shit down. Yay, Brian.
Let me know if you have any questions about anything. Yes, so she told me which guns were, which bullets came from it.
What do you have in your hand right now?
I have the 2 ammo boxes in my hand from the cart that Hannah pointed out that were used.
We keep everything else the same. I'm gonna keep these, like these here. Those are dummies. Okay. Well,
He's
I'm
shaking
pretty
them.
sure somebody will.
What did that guy just do?
He reached over the yellow tape and he grabbed a bullet and he shook it to show that it was a dummy round. And then he put it back.
And where did he grab it from? One of the boxes?
No, he did not. There was like a little cubby on the tray. He just reached over, grabbed it, and put it back.
That had loose ammo.
And you saw that?
Yes.
They're all just talking.
Yes, I'm at the racing here.
I do say it to Dr. B a lot. He's not really holding it down today because he's sick.
Somebody get it.
Tell us what you just did there.
With the 2 white ammo boxes that Hannah pointed out that were used that day, I secured them in the front of my unit on the driver's side seat.
We saw those pictures.
And was the unit locked?
As soon as I closed the door, I hit my manual switch and I heard it and it clicked closed.
She's trying to establish
Did
chain
you
of
see
custody that nobody could
anything
touch it
that would cause you to believe that anyone planted evidence?
because other people were touching it.
I did not, no.
Did you see anything that would cause you to believe that anyone tampered with anything on that cart?
No.
Any reason to believe anyone got into your unit and did anything with the evidence you had in there?
No.
Sir, did anyone touch your shit?
I got 2 extra people which help me out, helping secure this area.
All right, we're going to take our afternoon break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All rise.
Y'all take a stretchy break. Oh. It's stretch break time. I'm going to answer some questions. We're going to talk about the evidence so far. A lot of body cam today. I bet that's all they're going to do today. Watch they get to the live witnesses I want to see while I'm traveling. I will die.
All right, thank you. We're in recess. We'll begin again at be here at 20 of. Jury will be back probably at quarter of.
What was the finger? There was a finger. What was the finger? All right, we got like a 15-minute break. All right, let's just. Do we need to see the seal? No, let's just talk. All right, chat, let's swoop real quick. Hello, chat. We are in the afternoon session of day one of the state versus Hannah Gutierrez, the armorer on the set of Rust, where Helena Hutchins was fatally shot by Alec Baldwin. The question outstanding in this trial is going to be, how did a live round get on set? And based on opening statements this morning, there are going to be some vast differences of opinion as to how live ammo got on set. It's uncontroverted that live ammo got on set. It was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder when he had surgery after he was shot. This afternoon, we have seen body cam footage of the scene. There were over 200 people at the movie set, 3 officers, and it is a mess as they are trying to herd the people that were inside the church into one area, the people that weren't inside the church in another area. The production company's lawyer is there. The owner of the ranch is there asking about insurance. The officers in their conversation, it has become very clear that Alec Baldwin is the one who pulled the trigger. They've separated out Hannah Gutierrez into one of the police vehicles. They've separated out the gun that Baldwin had, the ammo, and Baldwin himself. We have not seen him on the body cam yet. He has been elsewhere on scene, and they are trying to secure the scene. They are trying to secure the evidence, and people are moving all over the place. But it is clear that the information being relayed is that Baldwin pulled the trigger and shot Helena Hutchins, that went through her and hit Joel Souza. Hannah Gutierrez is freaking out to the point where they sent medical over to her because she was having a panic attack after everything was going on. You could see it on body cam as they're getting the life flight helicopter there and then trying to get Helena Hutchins stable enough to be life flighted out to the hospital. You can see Hannah deteriorating into freaking out. The thing that was very strange from all of this testimony this afternoon is that when the officer recovered the weapon that was used by Alec Baldwin and safety checked it, it was empty. We heard in the defense opening statement this morning the allegation that Sarah Zachary, the prop master, emptied the gun and threw what was in the gun away. But the gun was emptied, and that piece of information is very interesting. So we will see what happens, and if we find out who the fuck emptied the weapon used to shoot someone. Because even though Helena she's not stable at the scene, but you know that this gun has been used to shoot someone. Who's emptying it? And it doesn't seem that Hannah did. So I'm going to get to your questions. Let's get to some Q&A while we're on break, and we'll go from there. Rebecca said, I've got so many questions about the empty gun. Same. And some of you have said, wait, I didn't hear about them going into the trash. That is what the defense alleged in their opening statement. We will see. We will see. Have there been arrests made for evidence tampering? Because why? Pacific 8, the only person who has evidence tampering charges is Hannah Gutierrez, who is alleged to have had cocaine in her pocket while all of this was going down, which might have exaggerated the freaking out. Maybe. Maybe not. So has Fairy Fizz asked, has Alec Baldwin been charged with anything? Yes, he was charged with involuntary manslaughter. Then it was dismissed. Then he was charged again. So he now stands charged of involuntary manslaughter. On Monday, we will find out when his case will go to trial. They were arguing over whether it will go to trial in June or July of this summer. So it will go on this summer. Cleopatra, happy to help. Is court over for today? No, it's not. We're on an afternoon break. Emptying the weapon is so suspicious. Sarah the Hufflepuff. Yeah, it's sus as fuck. It's so weird. Where are the bullets? I don't know. But remember, when I covered the Hannah Gutierrez Reed lawsuit against Sarah Zachary and the Armorer that has since been resolved, and I need to go look and see if it was dismissed or settled. I need to go pull it up again and refresh my recollection on that. She alleged that they were essentially trying to ambush her. That's not the right word. Why are my words hard this afternoon? But that they were setting her up, that this was their fault. But what the prosecution was trying to block that argument by the defense, because the prosecution was showing photos saying before the ammo that was on set that day was on set, before the wonky ammo ended up on set the day of the shooting, there are photos of live rounds on set. So those were on set before. Yes, frame her, setting her up, sabotage. Thank you, Ladybug. I think I just hurt my neck. Sabotage. That is the word I was looking for. Make like the Beastie Boys, Emily. Damn it. They were trying to sabotage her. And that's what she alleged. And that is, the defense is kind of going along with, hey, the superiors failed her. Hey, this is not her negligence. There was negligence. The set was a mess, but it was not her fault. She can't be reckless. I think this is where the defense is going to get to in closing. She can't be held responsible for the recklessness because it was their fault. So even if she is reckless, like, it's not her fault that she was reckless. So, but again, why would they sabotage her? Don't know, but that's what the allegations were. And that's, I think we're going to see the prosecution addressed it in opening, that address some of that in opening to try to forestall that argument. But the defense said Sarah Zachary took the bullets out of the gun, threw them away, took them out of the car, threw them away, and then admitted to that in her interviews with police, which is weird as fuck. But it was also after her conversation with Seth Kinney, the prop master. So when Seth Kinney testifies, I'm going to be like, excuse me, what did you say on the phone to Sarah Zachary? And did you know she was going to throw out evidence? But no, she hasn't been charged. The only one charged was Hannah. Let's get to questions. Question from Emily. Do they have to do this to establish a foundation, like show the fact that people were shot? Emily, they have to prove that somebody was shot and fatally shot. And they need to explain the scene, because the defense is saying law enforcement didn't do their job. Law enforcement didn't secure the scene. Law enforcement didn't do all those things. And it might be true that they didn't. They're trying to establish what happened. Hey, there's 200 people on a movie set. 2 people were shot, and they're trying to secure this set. But you really can't understand what that is like, trying to secure the set with people going everywhere, without seeing it. And through the perspective of this officer's body cam, you see that the lawyer is asking questions. The one woman wants to know about insurance. The life flight helicopter is still there. He's going back and forth saying, is everybody from the church still here? Where'd that woman go that I was talking to? Because she's fucking disappeared. Don't let her pass out in my cop car. Deputy, I need you to check in who's coming on a scene. You can see how much he's doing, and you can start to understand that even if it was not ideal, they were doing the best that they could with what they had on this set. And it doesn't seem like people are being shady on set. I mean, somebody unloaded that gun. That's shady. It seemed like a lot of people on set were traumatized and trying to help, but a lot of chefs in the kitchen, right? Light says, that Cardinal's back. Light said, happy to catch a live again today. I'm happy you're here. Nicholas said, this is a criminal trial, correct? Correct. So Hannah has to be proven guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt? No. Beyond a reasonable doubt. You can never, the jury instruction actually says you cannot prove beyond a shadow of a doubt or beyond all possible doubt. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. So that is what it is. And now my comments froze. Sorry. Leah said moved from Arizona to Georgia last year. That's a beautiful Southwest sky. It is a beautiful Southwest sky. It's captivating. Mammy of 3 said, question, couldn't someone mess with the evidence prior to them giving it to the officers? Yes.
Maybe seated.
That could absolutely have happened. 15K in chat, only 3K likes. Hey, go ahead and do the YouTubey things. Like, subscribe. But if you like live trial coverage, and if you're new here and you don't know me, I'm a lawyer with, almost 18 years experience. I have been a trial lawyer. I have been a research attorney for judges. I have been a criminal prosecutor. I have tried murder cases. I have done all the things. I also have an app called the LawNerd app to let you know when we are live streaming because we are going to be covering this trial. So lawnerdapp.com is where you want to be so that you don't miss any coverage. That is what you want to do. lawnerdapp.com. I build it for you, free, iOS, Android, all the things. Now's a good time to say it. If you are new to the channel, if you found me today, will you put a 1 in the chat just so I know? Because I see the subscriber numbers. I see that we binged at, 743. That's exciting. So just go ahead. I'm going to be a YouTuber for a second. For sure. Shiraz said panic response, and she has something in her pocket at the time as she sits in the back of the police car. Yeah, she does. But also, I think you see how young Hannah looks on set, and you see the impact of all of this on her. Again, this is not an intentional shooting. This is an involuntary manslaughter. This is an accident where the state is trying to prove that those involved were reckless enough. It's without due cause or circumscription is what it says in New Mexico. But they were reckless enough that it's criminally reckless, that they should have known if you're reckless in this way, it could cause death. And if you're reckless with a gun, with live ammo on a movie set, it can cause death. I think that's fair to try to argue. They are prosecuting Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Alec Baldwin will go to trial sometime this summer. Dave Halls, the first AD, who shouldn't have had the gun in the first place and handed it right off to Alec Baldwin, who was the safety coordinator on set, not doing safety meetings. That dude got 6 months of probation, a gun safety class, and has to testify against everybody else. Dave Halls, the way I have questions for you. He took a plea deal early on. I think Dave Hall saw the writing on the wall immediately, was like, what do you need from me? And oftentimes, the first person to do that is the one who's going to get the better deal. And that is the way that works. Sometimes it bites you in the ass. You never quite know. But that's very much what the feds do as well. Who's going to talk? If the state proves Hannah was under the influence on set, would it be enough to find her guilty? It would go a long way towards recklessness, but I don't think she was ever drug tested, so I don't think they actually can prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Chat is requesting a Bing bumper. Okay, well, for those of you that are new, we did Bing. I do owe you one. We don't have audio in court yet, so it's been a minute while we've been covering documents. So let me find it. Where'd it go? All right, chat. Motion granted. Oh, it binged. Move your head. You're welcome, chat. I know it's been a minute. We didn't get to do all the bings during our last live trial because they were happening so fast. Molly asked a fantastic question in the chat. Any recommendations on staying impartial if I notice my bias? We absolutely all have biases. I think how you stay impartial is by being open to hearing other information, because we don't need to be proved right or wrong here, right? We have no stake in this at the end of the day. So I think coming at it with curiosity, it's why I have questions is one of my favorite phrases. I think coming at it with curiosity, because I have empathy for Hannah Gutierrez, but also how did live bullets get on the set? If you're the one who brought live bullets on the set, ma'am, I'm going to have I'm going to have a lot more to say, but also why is Sarah Zachary dumping stuff? I think leaning into your curiosity and leaning into the questions is a good way to start to move through the fact that you might feel one way or the other. Try to keep an open mind, try to ask questions. That is the best we can do. We all have feelings and biases about cases. And we can evaluate those things because we're not going to be wrong at the end of the day with this. We're just here to watch what happens and see what we think. There's no right or wrong answer here until we get to the end of evidence. Question, if she is found to not be guilty, would that change Baldwin's case at all? I don't think so. Baldwin pulled the trigger. And I think the nuance argument is different. The argument with this is how she was doing her job on set, the other factors that were playing in on set. She was out of time as an armorer. She's sending emails saying she doesn't have enough time. She's sending emails saying she needs more time to do her armorer work and all the rest of it. Alec Baldwin pointed a gun at somebody, center mass point blank, and pulled a trigger, which is apparently against all industry standards. So I think the argument about their recklessness is a bit different because the facts are different. Tex said, why is she in trial and Alec Baldwin not? Alec Baldwin's case was dismissed and then refiled. He'll be on trial this summer. I actually think it's better for her that he's not. I think this trial would be much longer if they were on trial together. Question, do you think that Alec Baldwin had a higher duty of care than Hannah and will be relevant in this case? I don't know how relevant it will be in this case. It's hard because if Hannah hadn't put a live round in the gun, Baldwin's actions wouldn't have been fatal. But Baldwin should never have pointed a weapon directly at someone ever. And if he hadn't done that and pulled the trigger, this wouldn't have happened. So either of them could have stopped it. Change in behavior by either of them wouldn't have been here. But it's, if he hadn't pulled the trigger with a gun pointed at somebody, even if there had been a live round, this wouldn't have happened. Oh my God, medicated moment in the chat said M's. I'm always here to be called M's. Always. My Stanley Chroma came. I'm gagging and I'm waiting for mine. And I'm so excited. But I am using my matte black Leonard today. Will it sit on my desk next to my Chroma? Yes, that Cardinal is not going anywhere today. Goth Boy UK, good to see you. Can we thank the mods for their excellent service against some troublesome in the chat? Love them all. If it happens when we welcome new Leonards to the fold in a live trial, some people think that we are like other chats. Thunderdome. We are not like other chats. We have some basic rules of human decency. I know that can sometimes be weird on the internet. And so sometimes a few need to go. And sometimes people are like, oh, wait, there's rules here. Okay, fine. I can play with that. So yes, an absolute huge thank you to the mods. I can't do live trial coverage without the mods. And some of you clocked a new mod in the chat today and we're very welcoming. Thank you for being so kind to Reed. He's actually my YouTube manager. It's great. Liz Ferris said, growing up in Scientology, you have made my life better. Law nerd for life. Thank you. And you are welcome. And all the things. Yes. Matte Black Law Nerd is better than the Stanley. Thank you. It's cute. Members, you guys will, those will be available to you tomorrow. We're going to keep getting to questions because nothing is happening in court at the moment. All right. Emily D. Baker, Fala, hi. How does he, Dave Halls, get 6 months, but she is looking at all of this? I don't like it. I don't know how they decided to plea out Dave Halls. I think it's because they were focused on getting Alec Baldwin. Hey, Fred. Hey, George. What's up? You could have come this way and said hi to the chat. George, how rude. Anyway, cat's going to be cats. Streaming with cats is a whole situation. It's 'cause he's going to look for the birds. So I think Dave Halls pled. First, I think he was probably the first one to go to the prosecution and said, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. And I think the reason they took it is because they were so focused on Baldwin. I think in a lot of this, Hannah Gutierrez is kind of collateral to the Baldwin of it all. Though, again, if she's not loading the guns recklessly, how does this happen? Like, if she does her job right, Baldwin can completely fuck up and no one gets hurt. Question, could it be a defense strategy to have Hannah see this video for the first time in court so the jury can see her react with empathy and remorse? Actually, it could absolutely be a strategy. And it could just be timing. And it could just be, you don't really need to see this. You're going to see it in court. It's going to be difficult. Try to keep your face neutral and do your best. She looked pale while it was going on, but that could absolutely be a defense strategy. Everything is strategy. The way people dress in court is strategy. All of that is going to be discussed, because we are humans and we judge things, and juries judge your actions in court. They judge your facial expressions, and the jury box is generally sat so that they have a better view of the defendant than anyone else, and they will watch what the defendant is doing. Evie said, question, if Dave Halls testifies, Dave Halls will testify to new evidence outside his plea deal, which incriminates him further. Can he be charged? No, he cannot. His plea deal comes with immunity. So if he testifies truthfully, he will not be charged. Question, did she load the gun? That is what is being argued here. We will see. The defense indicated in their last court trial that, or their last motion hearing, that there's other evidence to that, but they didn't say in opening, and she's not even the one that loaded the gun. They absolutely did not say, the evidence will show you Hannah didn't load the gun. At the end of the day, she's the armorer. She's responsible. Absolutely responsible. Thank you so much for your coverage during a 10-hour move drive. Tessa Lynn, good luck. Moving is always an adventure, and we're going to be here all week and more. Catherine said, do you think someone else could have loaded the gun without Hannah knowing and without intent? It would be, but that would still be negligent of her on her job. And when we get to the evidence of after lunch, what we've heard in her police interview, Baldwin's police interview, and other court documents is that she got 5 rounds into the 6-shooter, and one was being wonky. And after lunch, she cleaned the barrel. I think the prosecutor referred to it as a hole this morning, but she cleaned that barrel and then loaded another round, the 6th round in, but then didn't do a full safety check of the other rounds. Is it theoretically possible that somebody could have swapped rounds out at lunch? We'll see if the defense argues that. I don't know if the guns were locked up, but thank you, Runkle of the Bailey. She cleaned the cylinder. Thank you. That one. The other one. The back one. The back hole, not the front. Damn it. The back hole, not the front hole. Cylinder. But she cleaned one of the cylinders. She didn't unload the other rounds. I don't know if the guns were locked up over the lunch break, so I don't know if anyone else could have had access to it and changed those out. We just don't know. Yes, she did clean the gun without unloading it, which seems crazy. Yes, the butt of the gun, not the front of the gun. I had an officer when I was a new DA, and I was asking about a clip, and he looked at me, cutest officer, looked at me and went, sweetheart, clips go in your hair, magazines go in guns. And I was like, I need to go shoot a little bit if I'm going to deal with this many guns and cases, so I can at least understand a bit, and I will still fuck it up. I've never shot a revolver. Anyone who handles a firearm checks again. Next person checks again. No excuse, just lazy, no respect for firearms. Chris, that is the prosecution's whole argument. Hannah shouldn't have done this. Dave Halls shouldn't have done this. Alec Baldwin shouldn't have done this. There's a lot of people who could have stopped it. I think which is what brings the rage for me with this. It brings the rage that so many people could have stopped it. Kathy said, oh my God, Emily, go clean your back hole and reload. Kathy, I've got a tushy now on my toilet in here. We'll talk about the back hole the next time Tushy's a sponsor on the podcast.
All right. Yes, we are on the record.
Mr. Benavidez, let's go ahead and just watch the last few minutes of this video for completeness, okay?
All right, class, back to the video. I'm going to swoop real quick. It's about a clean timestamp.
So right now I do have the dummy rounds, the armor, and the gun secured. Okay?
I have Tahine gummy bears.
Yes. I grabbed her right away. She was and we did secure the film. We do have the film secured.
You secured the film. Did you secure Baldwin yet? Because where the fuck is he?
That's going to be later down the line, I think, or whenever. But everything was getting filmed. Okay? The helo's still on the ground. Right now, I don't know. They're still working her.
They were still working on her. Did I keep this turned down? Did I not turn it back up all the way? No, I turned it up. Okay.
Did we get a crime scene lock for Fuentes? Did we get a crime scene lock for Fuentes?
This is October 2021. October 21st, 2021 when this happened.
Did you see the helicopter there?
Yes, I did.
I like her.
Any idea why that helicopter is still there?
Like I said before, they're still trying to stabilize her.
The victim's not stable.
Thank you, sir.
Can you ladies doing okay?
It's very smart that she keeps touching back on it just to continue to bring it back to what's going on with the victim. I think it's very, very smart. All right, let's put this in 1.25 so we can catch up. I think it's very smart that she's letting the jury feel how long the helicopter's on the ground because the victim is not stable.
Just on your green light. I'm to be getting wherever it is that people are being interviewed.
Okay, that's not gonna be on us. The detectives are coming.
Okay, so it's not begun yet.
What's that?
The interviews have not yet begun.
No, I have nothing. We just secured the armor, we secured the gun, and the ammunition.
Oh, you don't have to explain yourself to
That's the
her.
only thing we've done.
That's really just happening right now.
Yes, and then we are getting all the information.
You are too busy for this.
Okay, I'm gonna go check on the victim. She's still here. They're trying to stabilize her. I will let you know how she's doing.
Joel has gone to the hospital. Helena is still on site.
Yes, ma'am.
Layla agreed. It's already odd they were using a gun for blocking, but it's weirder that it needed to be loaded. Agreed.
Hey, Doc, is there any way I can put the air conditioner on for you guys? Okay. You guys have any directives?
So they're still working on the victim in the ambulance. He said she's still alive. He said, is she stable? And I think
What
the answer
information
was
did you get right
not really.
The female, Helena Hutchins, was stable, but in critical condition. They're stabilizing her so they can fly her out.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, right through the chest. What's up, Chief? Sir, what's taking so long? They're trying to stabilize her. Then we have the medic in there from the med, and they're trying to stabilize her. It looks like.
Then they got to get her to the helicopter.
Yeah, you know that. No, I know. Just sometimes. Yeah, sorry about your blues. I know you're at the ceremony. Yeah.
He said, sorry about your blues. Everybody's covered in dust at this point.
Yes.
Fawn in the chat. Yes, we did.
Where is everybody?
The real deal, they couldn't airlift her yet. She wasn't stable enough to be air transported. That's a decision for EMS. There are no charges for Joel being shot. We can talk about why at the break if you guys want to. I'll hold on to that. We can talk about why. There's legal reasons why.
Nobody, get everybody here. Nobody else leaves. Such as
Fred.
Yes, everybody. Yes. Yeah, that's why I was calling for more units because we have people everywhere.
Yeah, you do.
Was that discussion regarding a witness who left?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if that was a person who was inside the church or just a person who was working on set?
I don't remember. But like I said, the scene was active and we're trying to keep people together. But this one person did get out.
Thank you.
People were trying to go to the hospital to see Joel Souza, which is part of this.
Need it open? It's open. Yeah, and you can get a clipboard.
I don't even think they have a sign-in sheet for the scene at this point. In a lot of homicides, particularly,
she doing okay?
They will have a sign-in log of when officers get on the scene and stuff. It'll be at the front of your murder book. I don't think they've got anything going on. He's talking about.
You get a card right here, where you can watch her. Because as soon as the detective get here, okay. So if you get another card, I asked her. I just wanted her in one case. I didn't want her to pass out.
conversation was about?
I believe that gentleman was asking if they could move Hannah from the back of my unit to a vehicle. She was not under arrest, I guess to make her more comfortable.
And what was your response to him?
I said, sure, as long as we could see the vehicle, I was gonna post a deputy with her.
He's like, that's fine. She's not under arrest. She just needs to stay somewhere.
Is that the end of your video? This video, anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Charcoal Daisy, good to see you all the way from Australia. I love our international audience. It's interesting because in so many countries you don't get access to the court system like this. You don't have court proceedings on video. It's a more unusual thing. It's a very US thing. But you don't get to see it play out like this. There's nothing quite like trials. Truly. They're unexpected, and you learn something every trial you watch, for sure. Hannah Louise said the UK would never. Hannah, correct. It's literally why the US does.
Oh, okay.
Canada doesn't either. So, I mean, some of the countries where you guys live don't have juries like this. When we were doing Deputy Heard,
Mr. Benavidez, I'm going to show you what has
the international
been
audience was like, wait, jury
marked.
people are just like people from wherever? It's like, yes, jury people are just people from wherever. And they're like, what?
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 61, and I believe there's no objection to its admission. We'll do 61 and 62. No objection to the admission to 61 and 62.
61 and 62 are admitted. You may publish.
Thank you.
This lieutenant
Sir,
never
I'm
talked
showing
about
you
what.
what has been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Can you see that?
Yes,
No,
I can.
Nightbot, stop trying to have a moment.
Have you seen this photo before?
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
That is the driver's side of the inside of my unit, and it has
Very
two
cool, Marianne.
white boxes.
What are those boxes?
Those are the boxes that I secured from the gray car into my driver's seat.
Did you take this picture?
I did not.
Who would have taken this photo?
Our crime scene tech.
So would you have left the boxes there in your car until the crime scene tech arrived to take a picture?
That is correct.
Anything change about these boxes?
No.
I just zoomed in. Can you tell us what you see there on the label?
Yes, it says 45 long Colt dummies.
Do you see something there in the middle?
It looks like it's initials.
Okay, and it's okay if you can't make them out, but you see what I'm
Yes, right under the N.
right there?
The
Yes.
JS. Hannah is sitting with her legal team.
That was State's Exhibit 61. Oh, it was the zoomed in, sorry. This is State's Exhibit 62, what we just looked at.
You've said, haven't been able to catch a live trial in a while. Glad to be back.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
We haven't done a live trial in a while. It's been a minute. Time for cross-examination. Daniel asks, is the person who handed Baldwin the gun the person who
Sorry,
played it
I
out?
just
Yes,
realized it.
that is. Absolutely.
Cross-exam.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, one of the attorneys
Would
is
you
Bowles and one of them is
agree with me
Bouillon.
that
Pretty sure this one's
the
Bouillon.
identification, preservation of evidence is important in a crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Sorry. Judge, if I could have George's help.
George, help!
Just need to hook into the HDMI.
George, help! Oh, you're playing video.
All right. And why is that important?
Where's your part?
Why is preserving evidence important?
It's important because the scene
It's like has evidentiary
important also,
value.
and
That's why I'd be a
the
terrible witness.
preservation of evidence is needed.
Okay. And
If it's not
why are
HDMI,
those
George, what
things-
is it?
How did you do those things in this case?
The best I can, the best I could, due to the
Hey, I hadn't seen that.
evolving
I'll go look.
scene that was happening.
Okay. And I'm going to go back to your
Members only lives.
lapel video here.
Sarah, glad to help. Can any testimony given in this trial be used in the Baldwin trial? Well, the witness would have to take the stand.
Testified, sir, that you had
But
3 deputies
yes,
to work with.
some of the same witnesses will
In the
testify.
beginning, Deputy Lefleur, myself, and Corporal Derete.
All right. And additional deputies did arrive, right?
They did.
All right. Do you remember when they got there?
It seemed like a long time. I would say within 30 minutes.
All right. How long have you worked at the Sheriff's Department before you retired?
20 years.
All right. In the cases that your former agency investigates, do they keep dispatch logs?
Yes, they do.
Thank you,
What is a
Slick.
dispatch log?
Just something that comes over the radio, and our dispatcher types it out. That they feel that's important.
All right. And the time that an officer is dispatched
Chain of
to a scene is
custody-
always noted in that log, right?
Chain of custody applies to when law
And
enforcement
their
takes it
arrival
into
time is also
custody
noted, right?
Yes.
from when this officer gets
Do you
it.
have any objection to the dispatch log being admitted?
3 people were charged in this case.
Let me visit with you about it real quick.
Sure.
What? Fat Yoga said, my yoga students are loving listening to trial today. I keep hearing everyone has a crappy day. It happens every now and then. On the video, the cop said Alec got the gun from the armorer. I didn't hear that. They might have, and they might not have known where Alec got the gun from. We'll see. I think it's pretty clear from all the court filings that that was not the actual chain of handling before the shooting. Do we know it was Hannah that loaded the gun? LJ, that's going to be argued. Depends on how the gun was locked up. At an opening, they said Hannah loaded the gun 5 rounds before lunch. 1 round got added after lunch after she cleaned the chamber for the 6th round. I can't wait. I can't wait to take a trial without you anymore. It's so helpful with your commentary. I have heard that from a lot of you law nerds, that when you're watching other trials around the interwebs, that you miss the commentary. Some trials I
All
won't
right.
cover, some I will.
Judge will offer the dispatch log as defendants, specifically the first 2 pages of it.
David,
as,
I think it's a bit
exhibit-
different for Baldwin
defendant's
because he
exhibit A.
pulled the trigger.
Sir, what are we
All right,
looking
well,
at here?
Just a minute. Any objection to defendant A?
No, you are.
All right, you may submit it and you may publish.
What are we looking at here, sir?
It looks like a dispatch log. Sorry.
Okay. And I've highlighted this entry here. It says Unit 32. It's got an employee ID.
A.
Description
Arrived.
at, that's 14:02. Would that be 2 p.m.?
That's
That'd
14.
be 2 p.m. Yes.
All right.
100
Is that Deputy Lefleur?
I believe so. If he was Unit 32, I believe he was Unit 32.
Okay. And
If you're not
I know
sure,
it's
just
been
say
a
you're
while,
not
you're
sure.
tired, but do you remember what your unit was?
Unit 8.
Unit 8. All right. So you arrived at 2:20?
Yes.
All right. Now there are, on this dispatch log, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other units noted as arriving right around the same time as you. Are you
Oh.
sure you only had 3 deputies
He's
to
saying
work with
there's
at
not
that
3
time?
deputies.
All we had was 3 deputies. I don't know where 6'3", 6:05. That was 14, 18. That was 18 minutes later.
I was like, I don't know where they were.
Then I couldn't tell you about the misprints, but I know when I got there.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you. There was only 3 deputies, and you could see by my body worn camera that I only had 3 deputies.
If there's issues with the dispatch log, though, that's an issue. Like, an issue.
I don't want to take more of your time, being retired and all, and the jury's time. We watched your whole video. You did see additional deputies come onto your lapel, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. After those deputies arrived, why couldn't you have separated those witnesses with the extra manpower that you had?
He was trying
So
to.
I was still processing the whole scene at the time, and I was trying to direct them where I think they needed.
He was doing that the whole time.
Okay. Would you agree with me that it's important to separate witnesses?
Yes, it is.
Why is that important?
Because you get witnesses telling stories what they saw and then they start getting mixed up when the witnesses start talking.
So it can affect the integrity of their observations.
That is correct.
Okay. And
which, by the way, is very natural. When you see crazy shit happen, you want to be like, I saw this, you saw this, what did you see? It's a very human and natural reaction. But what you want from the witness is just what they saw, what they heard, what they did. And when people are under stress, that can get all clustered together when they're talking to each other. So.
Counsel, I've got a couple exhibits I'd like to introduce.
Exhibities!
If you wouldn't mind coming up, I can show them to you.
All right. Since Nicholas asked, since Baldwin pointed the gun and pulled the trigger, not knowing if it was loaded or not, could an argument be constructed that he has a criminal intent enough to entertain a possible third-degree murder? I think it would be quite a stretch, given the circumstance of being on the movie set and that he was told that it was clear. So I don't think that would fly, just given the circumstance in this case. Whether he was showing a reckless disregard by not checking it is going to go under that involuntary manslaughter. Was Alec Baldwin put in a cop car? At some point he was, because he was transported to be questioned. So nobody knows where the gun is or who it was with from the moment after Alec fired it to where they located it. This is an issue for me. Anyone else? Becca writes, this is an issue, though I think this issue will be cleared up with the interviews of everybody. I think it will come to light what happened after the shooting, who Baldwin gave the gun to, and what happened. But at the time this officer arrived, Hannah didn't know, and the people that were outside the church didn't know. I think that'll be cleared up for us, but it's a question to put on the I've got questions log. I need a journal that just says I have questions, and we just keep them throughout the trial. Like, what are your questions at the end of day one?
Judge, I'll move to admit photographs as defendants' exhibits.
Is this someone the prosecution would have provided to the defense before today? Everything that's going on here is provided well in advance.
Are admitted, you may publish.
Dave Hall's got the first deal.
All right.
And I'm going to have to get moving soon.
So what's, as part of securing the scene, you use crime scene tape, right?
Yellow crime scene tape that's issued to us, yes.
All right, and that's this tape here?
Yes.
All right. Why do you guys use crime scene tape?
We use crime scene tape to secure a perimeter.
Why is that important?
The integrity of the scene.
All right. If the perimeter is not secure, why is that a problem?
People could go in and out. They could take evidence, bring evidence.
Okay. Who figured out where to put this crime scene tape?
I believe it was Poppell and Deputy Lefleur.
Did you give them instruction on how to do that?
I don't believe I did. I think we were just trying to secure as much as we could at the time, trying to have people go in and out of the scene.
Okay. And how did you determine, I guess, what the scene was?
Well, we knew the scene was inside the church where the Joel and Helena were.
Okay. And one of the things you want to do when you're establishing a crime scene, when you put up the tape, the perimeter, you want to make sure that all the important evidence is within that perimeter, right?
Yes, we tried to,
5-3,
yes.
absolutely.
Okay.
There was
Do
time
you see
after
that
this
black
shooting
tent
before law
in the
enforcement showed
background?
up. We don't know how long that
Yes,
is
I
yet,
do.
but
All
there
right.
was a
Do you remember
period of
walking
time.
up to that black tent on your lapel video?
If I do, I don't remember, but
I have questions, News Nation. I wonder if the feed cut. Hold on. Yeah, the feed cut on both streams. Let's see. All right, let me switch feeds real quick, chat. Sorry about that. All right, let's see.
trying to have people go in and out of the scene.
Okay. And how did you determine, I guess, what the scene was?
Well, we knew the scene was inside the church where the Joel and
We switched to the Core
Helena
TV
were.
feed.
Okay. And one of the things you want to do when you're establishing a crime scene, when you put up the tape, the perimeter, you want.
Oh, nope. There's Froze too. Court TV, it seems like, is on a slight delay from the other networks that are plugged in. But they froze too. News Nation having an AT&T afternoon. I mean, all the streams might be having an AT&T afternoon. Hopefully it's not just my computer. Hold on. Because this whole screen has
make
frozen.
sure that all the
There we
important
go.
evidence is within that perimeter, right?
Yes, we tried to, yes.
Okay. Do you see that black tent in the background?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you remember walking up to
All right,
that
give me
black
1
tent on
second.
your lapel video?
I'm having an issue with this feed.
If I do, I don't remember, but I do remember seeing a black tent up there.
Chat, give me a
Judge,
second.
I've discussed this with counsel. I'll admit two excerpts of the lieutenant's lapel as defendants exhibits G and H.
No objection.
I don't know.
Defendants G and H are admitted. You may publish.
We got audio. Give me a sec, guys, because I am having tech issues because my browser is killing me, and I don't know where that audio is coming from. There we go. I needed to refresh that feed because everything was freezing. So give me just 1 second, and we'll be back. Sorry, y'all. The Stream Center is letting me. The EDB Stream Center is letting me down today. All right, let's see. That stream is still down. Let's see if the other one is back up and not frozen. Sorry, y'all. Oh, Miguelina had put these in the chat for me. Hold on. Me being dumb. Sometimes that happens. All right, now we're back. Yay! Let's see. We got to add our screen back and get our flow back real quick before the end of the day. Where's the volume? Why is there no volume? What is happening? None at all. Why? I see that there are people talking, but there is absolutely zero volume on my end. And I have no idea why. Miguelina, there is zero volume from court. Literally zero volume from court. Let me refresh this feed again and see what's going on. There we
It
go.
would be.
Well, if access to it isn't cut off, you know, the things that you described earlier in cross-examination
Yes,
could happen. People could be putting things in there. People could be taking things out of there, right?
it could happen. Yes.
Okay.
Ah,
And how long did it take you to get to this scene?
that's a good question. I'm
Like
surprised
well,
the
after you were
prosecution didn't
dispatched,
ask it.
about how long did it take you to get there?
Oh.
I believe 16 minutes.
Okay. And this is in a fairly remote area, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you or any other
Sorry,
sheriff's
y'all.
deputy be able to attest as to what's going on here at this movie set before you actually arrived?
No,
All right. And that's because just you weren't there and you don't know,
that's correct.
right? All right. I'll direct your attention, sir, in this photo to these people standing over here. Is that where the witnesses had been corralled by Deputy Lefleur?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know I had instructed him to separate the witnesses, but I don't know where he separated them.
Okay. Do you know who else, if anyone, was keeping an eye on these witnesses?
I believe when deputies arrived, I had told Deputy Sanchez and Deputy Frederick Trujillo.
Now, we've been talking about the importance of evidence. How long have you been in law enforcement again?
20 years.
20 years. So you're very familiar with how to properly collect and preserve evidence?
Yes.
Please tell us how that should normally be done, collecting physical evidence.
You should have enough officers to do it.
Either have the evidence stay where it's at and make sure it's secured, or if on a scene like this, fluid, I grabbed the weapon and the rounds that were used, and I secured them in my unit so they would be secured.
Okay. And you've testified cases other than this one, right?
A couple.
Couple? Oh, 20 years, only a couple?
Yes.
Okay.
Things are slow in Santa Fe.
Are you familiar with the concept of chain of custody?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain that to the jury, please?
So when I secured my secured the weapon and the rounds into my unit, I was the first chain of custody, which I was the secure of the evidence, and then it went to our evidence tech.
Okay. And you want to maintain that chain of custody and not have any breaks in it, right?
That is correct.
Can you explain to the jury what a break in chain of custody is?
So, for instance, there was a penny left here, and I took custody of it, and I left it here, and I walked out. Nobody was here securing the penny. Then I came back, so the penny was insecure.
And that can be a problem because pennies look like one another.
Yes.
And you don't know that it's the same penny.
Correct.
It could be, it could not, right?
Correct.
All right. In this case, you had a gentleman collect the prop cart for you. Should you have done that yourself?
Of course, I should have done that myself, but I kept an eye on him while he was secure,
like,
while
"But
he
I
was
couldn't."
getting it, while everything else was going on.
You'd agree with me that the prop cart was by that black tent
Yes.
in this photograph, right?
Yes.
About how far away was that from where you're standing right here?
A good 50 yards.
All right. Could you, if someone were to pick something up off the cart or place something onto the cart from that distance, do you think you could actually see if something like that happened?
His job is doubt.
Yes, I think I could have.
Okay.
His job
notice
is
you're
to
wearing
establish
glasses.
doubt.
How's your vision?
Pretty good.
Especially
Pretty
with
good.
my glasses on.
All right. And you would agree with me that you would actually need to be looking at the cart to make sure nothing like that's happening, right?
Correct.
And why would you need to do that?
Just to make sure that he brings the cart to me.
Because if you're not looking at the cart, it's like the penny.
Yes.
Something could be, you don't know it's the same thing.
Yes.
Because you just did not personally observe it.
Correct.
Very green, yes. Multiple people can be guilty for this.
Judge, now I'll go to G.
Luann, I think that's the point here. How could he have watched someone scrupulously with a scene so fluid, but also
All right,
with
so this
60
is
minutes between
an
the
excerpt
call
from
and
your
the
color
scene?
video.
That
about
60 minute
90 seconds.
time is what I would focus on.
And
all hell was
at the
breaking
start of this
loose.
video, you're talking with this gentleman here and my client about the gun. I'm just going to play this for you, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Good.
Rounds I gave you?
They're on the cart.
Are they? Who would you give them to?
I'll get them back to you. I'll get
She's saying, who did you give them to? I would love clarification on this. I'm glad they're asking. Who did you give them to?
Yeah, that's not it. The one.
That's fine. It's not going to be the first entrance. It's going to be the second one. But and the creek. Okay, boarding.
All right, we've gone 42 seconds. From the vantage point that you were looking at, could you have seen this cart?
Yes.
Do you see it on the video?
Well, the video's pointed because the video's on my chest. So the video's pointed straight.
Sir, one can turn their
my
head.
head's looking at the
Well, I
cart.
can't very well at
Okay.
the moment. But in theory, our next...
Oh my God, fuck.
Is that Hannah? Yes.
I'm so. Are they okay?
Hey, Santa Fe, we need more units out here.
Huh?
I haven't been inside a door.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm ready for the first one.
All right, so now your torso will be pointing, if the cart's over there,
It's
maybe
pointed east.
in that direction, about 180 degrees from the cart.
Yes.
Did you have visual contact of the cart at this point in time?
Yes.
Why not just focus on the time between?
I was looking at Hannah and I was looking at the cart at the same time because she was moving around. So I was looking at her and I was looking at the cart.
All right. It looks like you turned around there.
Yes.
Were you looking at the cart before you turned around?
Yes. I was looking back and forth, back and forth. My video is pointed straight because it's on my chest.
He's like, I was keeping an eye on it. I just think that the strongest argument is like, but there were 16 minutes between the call and the time you got there
So,
that this cart was unsecured.
This
Yes,
gentleman
yes.
here,
I think the argument is much counsel. I'm going to interrupt. I think the argument is much stronger that who knows what the fuck happened between the call they got and law enforcement showing up on that cart. Doubt. But trying to pin this officer on the cart walking towards him, going into 3 seconds while you were doing this is the minute. You got 16 minutes before law enforcement shows up. Come on.
essentially is the collector of this evidence, right?
This is not
Yes,
the
he
argument.
offers his services to go get the cart. Yes.
All right. So he's the first link in the chain.
Yes.
And then you become the second link.
Yes.
And Judge, I'll publish little mark as Exhibit H.
Yes, so she told me which guns were coming from.
All right.
There's a lot
That
of
gentleman
lawsuits.
is now standing behind your crime scene tape.
No, and there's
Yes.
a lot of lawsuits going on with production. Lots of them.
Is
A
that
wrongful
gentleman
death
allowed
suit has
within the crime
JB.
scene tape?
No, not anymore.
a wrongful death suit
What do
has
you mean not
settled.
anymore?
And there's like four
We
others.
secured the crime scene tape, so they're supposed to stay out.
Okay. And are they supposed to reach over it or breach it in any way?
They are not.
And why are they supposed to do that?
Because we're the collector of evidence and it could be tainted.
Everything else the same.
However, you see the
How
other
many
guy
do you
reach
need?
over and shake the
All right, what's he doing there?
bullet and put it
He's
down.
reaching over the yellow tape and grabbing a round to give us an example of what a dummy round looks like.
All right. Why did you not tell him, hey, don't do that?
I don't know.
Do you agree with me that that was
Chaos.
an investigative mistake on your part?
Yes, that was a mistake by me. Yes.
Who is the deputy standing to the right of that gentleman?
That is Deputy Puentes.
Law nerds, I hate to interrupt. I have got to go pick up my kiddo because my husband is sick. I am not going to make
All
you
right,
leave.
and,
The mods are
he's
here
one of
with
the
you to
deputies that
chat.
arrived at the scene
I am not going to
after
break
you
up the
did?
chat. I'm going to leave
Yes.
the trial
All
up,
right.
and
Did you
our
ask
team
him
will
to
end
start a
it
crime scene log?
when it ends. And if it's still
I
going when
asked
I get
him.
back, I'll be
Yes.
All right.
back. But
What's
I
a crime
have to go
scene
pick
log?
up my kiddo
A crime scene log is people coming into the crime scene and we document.
because why wouldn't my husband be sick the first day of trial? So I will see you guys soon.
Why is that important to do?
So we know who was in the scene.
You don't have to leave because
why is that
our
important?
chat is the best, and I know you want to
So
be
we
here in
could
chat.
go back and
I
the
will see
detectives
you
could
soon.
interview them
Get the app.
and see what their involvement was on the scene.
And anyone who goes in or out is supposed to be in the log, right?
Correct.
Is that guy in the log?
I don't know. I haven't seen the log.
Okay. When did you ask Deputy Fuentes to start the crime scene log?
I believe I asked him when he first showed up, if I remember correctly.
All right. Do you know what time he actually started with them?
I do not know.
If you were to look at his report, could that refresh your recollection as to when he actually started the log?
It sure would.
Judge, if I could approach the witness.
Show Ms. Morrissey.
Yeah. Thank you, Judge. Yeah.
Is that his report?
How many leave like this here? Those are done. Okay. Awesome. I'm pretty sure somebody will.
Chat, I changed my mind. I'm going to switch feed. I'm going to switch feeds real quick. Chat, give me 30 seconds to switch feeds, and then I swear I'm going to pick up my kiddo. Because the court TV feed's a little bit behind, so we are switching feeds one last time, and then I will be back after I get my kiddo. But we are switching back to the feed we were on. That is on real time. Chat, I adore you. Let me get you volume.
Crime scene tape.
Let me get that
That
volume
might be a question
bumped.
for Deputy Puentes.
And you guys
should
can.
have asked. Yes, I should have
All right.
asked him why he was within the yellow tape.
You were in charge of this scene until investigations
Chat, I trust
took it
you.
over, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you, mods.
So this guy was here for some time, monitored by this deputy. As the scene supervisor, are you concerned that if this gentleman reached over once over the tape and interacted with the cart, maybe he did it again?
In front of Deputy Puentes, I don't know.
Okay. Let's talk a bit about the gun. You said when you got the gun, you made it safe. What does that mean?
I looked in the cylinders to make sure there was no ammunition inside the cylinder.
All right. And the shooting had just occurred. Right?
Yes.
So the ammunition that was within the gun would be?
It should have been still in there because it's a revolver.
Yes. And it would be highly relevant evidence in this case, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, on the video we listened to, you can hear my client Hannah talking to Mr. Dave Halls, the first assistant director, and they're talking about where that ammo is, right?
I don't know what ammo they're talking about.
What's your understanding as to where the ammunition inside of the .45 caliber gun you collected went?
I never asked that question. I do not know.
You have no idea where that ammunition is?
The one that was in the cylinder, no.
What about the other 5?
I do not know.
All right, we've gone 42 seconds. From the vantage point that you were looking at, could you?
2 vehicles there.
All right, could witnesses have been placed there?
One vehicle, I don't know.
Objection, it calls for speculation.
Can you rephrase your question, please?
Is there some reason you do not have witnesses just staying in those cars?
Like I said, the fluid was big. I mean, the scene was big. We were trying to corral everybody into one place where we could watch them and tell them not to talk.
I mean, are you telling me you couldn't watch those people if they're in those vehicles?
I had Hannah in the back of my unit.
Okay. All right. Are there several vehicles looking straight ahead here?
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason you didn't ask to house the witnesses in those vehicles.
That's farther away from what we wanted, and we won't be able to control the scene.
Judge, if I could just have a moment before passing the witness.
Sure.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Just one moment.
So what's going on?
You try it. Okay, thank you. Let me just try to cue this video up real quick. Can you have a look at your monitor there, Mr. Benavidez?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's just be clear. Do you have any reason to believe that that gentleman in the hat tampered with any kind of evidence?
No, I do not.
Any reason to believe that he planted any evidence?
No, I do not.
When he reached over the crime scene tape and touched that dummy round on the cart, were you there?
I was looking straight at him. Yes.
Did he plant any evidence?
No. He picked it up, shook it, and he put it back down.
Would you have noticed?
Yes.
If he planted evidence, you would have noticed?
Yes, I would have noticed. Yes.
I'm going to go through this slowly with you. Can you see, even on your video, what he is reaching into?
Yes. It's a little cubby hole, and there's quite a few rounds in there.
When he shook it, did it rattle?
I do not remember.
Now, these cars that Mr. Bullion asked you about, why you don't have witnesses in these cars, do you own those cars?
I do not own those cars. No,
Do you know who owns those cars?
I do not.
As a police officer, are you allowed just to take a witness and put them in some vehicle that you don't know who owns the car?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever done that in your entire career?
No.
Sir, just to be clear, you indicated to Mr. Bullion that your video is facing one way, but that doesn't necessarily show us what you're looking at. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you have a full range of motion in your neck?
Yes, I do.
You don't have any injuries that would prevent you from doing that?
No, ma'am.
Can you think of a reason that it took a while to get the crime log started?
Just how active the scene was, and it was I was trying to get deputies assigned, you know, checking on everybody, checking on the victim. I do not know.
For the first half hour that you were on scene, did you have enough personnel so that someone could start doing paperwork?
No.
Is a crime scene log paperwork?
Yes, it is.
The gun that you put in your unit, who handed it to you?
Hannah.
How many rounds of ammunition were in the cylinder when she handed it to you?
None.
Thank you, sir.
Counsel approach.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, just to be safe, I want to reserve Mr. Benavidez, so let's give him an instruction if he needs one.
Please don't talk among the other witnesses about the case. Okay, thank you. And anyone to be called as a witness in this case may not be viewing this trial live stream on Court TV.
The state will call Marissa Poppell.
All right. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, have a seat. Talk into the microphone, please.
Ma'am, would you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Marissa Poppell, Poppell.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a crime scene technician with Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a crime scene technician with the Sheriff's Office?
With them for almost 3 years now.
And were you a crime scene investigator anywhere else prior to coming to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I was with Fort Myers Police Department in Fort Myers, Florida for 4 years.
So total time as a crime scene investigator, what do you got?
Almost 7 years now.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was notified by my lieutenant in the Criminal Investigations Division that a shooting had occurred and we would be responding as the CID unit.
CID means
Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay. And so if you recall, approximately what time would you have arrived on scene?
I believe it was later in the afternoon that day, probably around 2 or 3 p.m.
And what's your job as a crime scene investigator or a crime scene technician? What do you do?
So I'm responsible for documenting any crime scenes, and this can be a variety of scenes, whether they be burglaries, homicides, shootings. I'm responsible for photographing any evidence, collecting that evidence, and packaging it as well.
And after you collect it and photograph it and package it, what do you do with it?
Depending on the circumstances of the evidence, I often am responsible for it getting sent off to the lab for further analysis if that's needed.
Did you send any of the evidence in this case off to a lab for further analysis?
Yes, several items were sent to the FBI to their crime scene lab.
Do you recall what items were sent?
If I can refer to my report, I can tell you what item numbers I have that were sent.
I think it's fine for you to refer to your report.
According to my report, items 1, 2, 3, 25, 26, 27, 140.
Hang on, I'm going to stop you. Because we don't speak crime scene technician, can you give us an idea of what those items were?
So these items were suspected live ammunition, DNA swabs that were collected from individuals, fingerprints that were collected from individuals, and additional ammunition that needed analyzed at that time.
Did you consider having fingerprints or DNA analysis done on the live rounds?
So I believe that fingerprint analysis was completed on the live rounds. However, the lab does not do DNA on any kind of ammunition, and that's a standard across most forensics labs.
Do you know why DNA isn't collected from basically what I'm going to describe as casings, brass casings?
It's just a very small likelihood of getting enough cells to have enough for a profile to be developed, which is why they won't do it.
Okay, thank you. So you couldn't actually have them take DNA off those live rounds?
Correct.
They wouldn't do it?
Yes.
Okay. They told you no?
Yes.
Did you collect all of the evidence from the scene at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, I did.
And did you get to collect evidence from other items or other locations on different dates?
Yes.
What other areas or places did you collect evidence?
I also assisted with the search warrant that was done on the prop truck at Bonanza Creek and a search warrant that was conducted at PDQ warehouse in Albuquerque.
And do you recall when you conducted a search on the prop truck?
I believe that was the week after the incident, if I can refer to my report. The 27th of October.
And do you recall the date that you participated in the execution of the search warrant at PDQ Props?
November 30th.
And do you know who owns PDQ Props?
Seth Kinney.
All right. So let's start with some of the evidence that you gathered from the scene at Bonanza Creek. And I see that you brought a box with you. Can you go ahead and pull that box out and let's see what you've got. And yeah, do you have stickers? Oh, okay. Do you want to just go here? Do you
Do you want to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
All right. If you can just start, I'm going to ask you, well, Mr. Bowles, do you have any objection to entering any of those items into evidence?
No, I don't.
Okay, and publishing them? Yeah. Okay, great. So Let's start with the first one, and I will go ahead and mark it as State's Exhibit 74. Does it? That's my computer. All right. I have on the Elmo States Exhibit 74. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at?
So this is an ammunition box with a label that states 35 long Colt dummies.
35?
I'm sorry, 45, my apologies.
And did you collect this?
Yes, I did.
Where did you collect this item from?
This box was located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
And was it in this condition when you collected it?
It was not.
Tell us what condition it was in when you collected it.
It was fully intact with a foam insert and rounds inside of it.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's go ahead and have a look at State's Exhibit 75. What are we looking at here?
This is the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
This is the foam insert that was inside of that ammunition box.
And when it was inside the box, when you collected it, what did it have in it?
It had multiple ammunition rounds in it.
Okay. Let's have a look at State's Exhibit 76. Tell us what State's Exhibit 76 is.
This is a 4440 dummy round.
Do you know where it came from?
This was inside the foam insert in the ammunition box.
How do you know it's a dummy round?
When you shake it, you hear ball bearings inside of the round.
Can everybody hear that? Let's have a look at State's Exhibit 77. What are we looking at here?
This is a 45 dummy round that has been deconstructed by the FBI.
And what's in the little plastic container?
So that is the ball bearing that was inside of this round.
Okay, so this is just an example of what that looks like when you take it apart.
Yes.
All right. Tell us here, let me get State's Exhibit 78. What do we have here?
This is a 45 dummy round, but instead of having a ball bearing inside of it, it has a hole drilled through the side of it to distinguish it as a dummy round.
So when you shake this dummy round, does it rattle?
No,
And the dummy rounds that rattle, do they have holes in the side?
no,
So it either has a hole in the side or it rattles.
yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 79. Tell us what we're looking at.
This is a 45 live round that was located inside of that same ammo box.
How do you know it's a live round?
Inside the plastic cylinder is all of the gunpowder that the FBI forensics lab took out when they deconstructed the round.
Can you see that?
Yes.
I know it's hard because of the glare. There, that's a little bit better. What is that silver thing on the top? Do you know what that's called?
That would be the primer.
And is it silver or nickel?
Yes, it's silver.
State's Exhibit 80. What is State's Exhibit 80?
This was the other box of ammunition that was located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
Did you personally inspect what was in that box?
Yes.
And what is that box full of?
Each of these rounds is a blank round, meaning instead of a projectile on the head, they have kind of a crimped end to them.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 81. Oops. State's Exhibit 81. What are we looking at?
This is a 4440 dummy round that was taken out of a box marked 3840.
And what does 4440 mean if you know?
That would be the caliber of the round.
So is a 4440 different than a 45?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what we marked as State's Exhibit 82. What's that?
This is a 3840 taken out of that same box marked 3840.
This is a 3840
Yes.
that was in the box marked 3840.
Yes.
And what else was in the box?
4440s.
And where were the 3840 dummy rounds found?
I believe they were in a bag in the prop truck.
Okay. And inside the bag, were they just loose?
They were in an ammo box in the bag.
Did you find 3840 dummy rounds in any other location?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Does it rattle?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 83. State's Exhibit 83, what are we looking at here?
This is a 45 dummy round taken from a box of ammunition located in the prop truck.
I'm going to show you what we've previously looked at, that is State's Exhibit 78. And I don't know how well you can see because of the glare, but folks will be able to actually look at them. Is there a difference between 78 and 83 visibly? Can you tell them apart?
There is, can I see the bottoms of them as well?
Yeah, and let me ask you, let me back up for a moment. The box that 83 came out of, how many other rounds were in that box, if you recall?
There were 17 rounds in total in that box.
And what color primers did all of those have?
Silver.
And was there any other distinguishing characteristics about those dummy rounds compared to the other ones? And I'm not talking about projectile.
They all had a patine to them, so almost a discoloration, so they were made to look old.
And when you say that, are you talking about the brass was actually a different color?
Yes.
Okay. And the dummy rounds that you found, that you collected, that had that patine to them, did they all have silver primers?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Did you find any other dummy rounds on set other than the ones that have the patine to them that had silver primers, dummy rounds?
I'm sorry, you're asking if there were any other dummy rounds that had a silver primer to them?
Other than the ones that had the patine?
No.
So only the patine colored dummies had silver primers?
Yes.
Okay. How about State's Exhibit 84? All right, State's Exhibit 84. What is that?
So this is another 45 dummy round with a silver primer.
And is it patine?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 83. It's a little hard to see through the plastic, but is there a difference between 83 and 84?
No, they are both patined.
Is there a difference in the projectile?
One projectile is slightly larger than the other, right on the nose area.
And when you're looking at those, when they're not in the plastic. Can you tell that pretty easily?
Yes.
And just for completeness, States Exhibit 85, what are we looking at there?
This is another 45 dummy round taken from that same box that has been deconstructed by the FBI.
And we can see that there were BBs inside of it.
Yes.
All right, so prior to it being deconstructed,
It would rattle.
It would rattle. Okay, thanks. Do you have States Exhibit 86? I'm showing you what we've marked as States Exhibit 86. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a 45 dummy round. On the side of it, it has a hole drilled into it, and there is no primer on it.
Let's see if I can manipulate this so we can see what we're looking at. Is that the hole you're referring to?
Yes,
And you indicated that it does not have a primer?
correct.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, where we would normally see a primer, instead it has a hole.
So how many different kinds of dummy rounds in terms of characteristics that would enable someone to distinguish them from a live round, how many different kinds did you find on set?
There were a few on set, and there's the ones that rattle. There are ones with holes drilled into the side, and there are ones with holes drilled into the side that do not have a primer.
Now, are you familiar with revolvers and the way that revolvers work?
Yes.
If a revolver is loaded with rounds, can you see the hole in the side?
No.
When you look at the revolver?
If you are looking at it from the angle of you've loaded the cylinder, no, you won't be able to see the side of the rounds.
What can you see?
You can see the primer area.
So if a gun was loaded with number 86, would you be able to tell that it had dummy rounds in it without taking them out of the cylinder?
Yes.
What would a bullet do if it didn't have a primer, even if it had gunpowder inside?
There would be no reaction because there'd be nothing for it, the hammer to hit, the fire head to hit.
It wouldn't fire, right?
Correct.
Okay. And States Exhibit 87. What's that?
So this is a different type of dummy round that was located. It's a 45, but it's actually made as a replica round. You can see where there was a hole drilled in the side and then it was filled in.
And can you see the hole that was filled in right there?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Does it rattle?
No, it does not.
And it doesn't have a hole in the side because it's been filled in, right?
Correct.
What does the primer look like?
The primer is intact and is brass, but it does have a shine to it, almost like there was a resin polish put over it.
Is that the primer right there?
Yes, it is.
So if it doesn't rattle and it doesn't have a hole in the side and it isn't missing a primer, how do you know it's a dummy round?
So even when a live round is shaken, you can hear the powder inside of it move. So this round in particular makes absolutely no sound when you shake it.
Okay. What else do you have there? Let's look at 88, States Exhibit 88. Ma'am, when you were participating in the execution of the search warrant on the prop truck, did you locate a lever action rifle?
Yes, I did.
Was law enforcement able to easily clear it, meaning make it safe?
No.
Why not?
We were not able to unload it on scene because the firearm appeared to be jammed somehow. So it was taken back to our office for our firearms certified individuals to handle.
And do you know what kind of ammunition that lever action rifle is supposed to take?
Yes, it's supposed to take 44 40s.
And the ammunition that was taken out of that lever action rifle, did you collect it?
Yes.
And do we have it here as 88 and 89?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what we've marked as States Exhibit 89. What are those?
So these are the 3 44-40 rounds that were inside of the rifle.
And are they dummy rounds?
Yes.
And do you see any distinguishing characteristics that you can see from the outside to let you know that it's a 44-40 and not a 45?
So the 44-40s have almost an elongation to their casing area. So you can see where they slightly tighten up in one area and then continue upwards. So yes, right where you're pointing.
And did you say that you found a 45 in there or not yet?
I don't remember.
Okay. What is States Exhibit 88?
It is a 45 dummy round that was located inside that same rifle.
Do you notice anything different about this dummy round than the other ones?
There is some damage done to the projectile head of this round where it was forcefully removed from the rifle.
Does a 45 caliber dummy, does it fit in that lever action rifle?
It does not fit in a 44-40 rifle.
All right. What else do we have? Is that the last item?
Yes, it is.
I'm not going to take it out of the bag, but for right now, what is State's Exhibit 90?
So this is a shoulder holster that was located inside of the building.
Do you know which actor used this prop?
Yes, this belonged to Alec Baldwin.
You collected this from the scene?
Yes.
You took a whole lot of photos, right?
Yes.
We're going to switch over to pictures from Elmo. However that gets done. Oh, I'm sorry. Give us just a minute. Okay. Without objection, I would ask the court to admit State's Exhibits 3 through 73.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 3 through 73 are admitted.
Thank you, sir.
Going to publish as it is.
We're going to just
Allow publication.
okay. I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the prop truck that was located outside of the main building of the scene.
You said prop truck.
Oh, I apologize. Prop cart.
Okay. And is this the condition it was in when you took your photo?
Yes.
Did you inspect this cart and remove items from it?
Yes, I did.
Would you describe the level of organization associated with this cart?
There were multiple rounds of multiple caliber all over the top portion of this cart and additional boxes of rounds on the bottom part of this cart.
And were there also just other items?
Yes, there were plastic guns, gun belts, earplugs, miscellaneous paperwork.
Oops. Let's do it this way, it'll be easier. Is that just another photograph of that same prop cart?
Yes, just at a different angle.
And what are we looking at there?
Here we can see the spent cartridge casing that was located on top of the cart, as well as additional ammunition that was located there.
Okay, and that spent casing that we're looking at, you collected it from the cart?
Yes.
And did you send it to the FBI?
Yes.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 5. What is this?
This is a close-up of the bottom portion of the cart.
State's Exhibit 6.
A different angle of the top of the cart.
I'm going to zoom in. Can you see that right there?
Yes,
What is that on the lower right-hand corner?
it is an ammunition round,
Not in any particular box.
not in any box, no.
State's Exhibit 7. What's that?
This is again the top of the cart and one of the firearms that was located on top of the cart. I believe this was the one with a blocked cylinder, so it was not a functional firearm.
So this was not the gun that was used in this incident.
No,
And State's Exhibit 8, is that just a close-up?
yes.
And what is this? This is State's Exhibit 9. What are we looking at?
This is the firearm that was used in this incident after it had been collected and put into an evidence box.
And this is the firearm that was sent to the FBI.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 10, what's this?
This was the rifle that we were required to bring back to the office to safely unload.
This is the one that was jammed.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 11.
These were the rounds that were removed from the rifle. Again, there are 3 44-40s and 1 45.
Do you know why this round here seems to have a shorter projectile than the others?
The 44-40s all had more square tops, and I would assume.
Your Honor, I'm going to object
Sure.
to the speculation.
Yeah, no worries. I'll withdraw that. Let's go to State's Exhibit 12.
This is a close-up of the 45 round that was removed from the rifle.
Is that the damage that you were talking about?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 13, what's this?
This is a close-up of the bottom of that same round.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 14.
This is a close-up of the bottom of the 44-40 rounds.
And can you see here on the head stamp, does it say?
It says 44-40.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 15, what's this?
This was all of the ammunition that was loose and not in boxes that was located on top of the cart.
And the rounds on top, what are those?
Those are all blank rounds, and they can be distinguished by that crimped end instead of having a projectile.
And these rounds over here on the left, if you recall, were those dummies or not?
If I can refer to my report.
Sure.
So I believe these 2 rounds were dummy 45 rounds that rattled when shaken.
And what about these 2 rounds over here on the right-hand side?
These 2 rounds were later, I apologize. These 2 rounds were sent to the FBI because they were suspected live rounds, which the FBI confirmed.
So these 2 rounds here, this picture was taken before they were sent to the FBI.
Correct.
And these turned out to be live rounds,
Yes.
meaning real bullets.
Yes.
And what's this one down here?
This is a dummy 45 round with a hole drilled in the side.
And these were just loose on the prop cart?
Yes.
And I'm going to skip through some of the close-ups. That was State's Exhibit 16, 17, State's Exhibit 18. Is this a close-up of something?
This is a close-up of the 2 live rounds.
And what is this a picture of?
The bottoms of those same rounds with silver primer.
State's Exhibit 20.
These are the other 2 dummy rounds that were located on the truck, on the cart.
Do you see a difference? Well, have a look at the projectile of these rounds. And then this is 20. I'm gonna go back to 18. Do you see a difference?
On the live rounds, they appear to have a larger nose, so a wider nose area.
Did you measure those?
Yes.
And what's the diameter of that nose, that flat surface?
6 millimeters.
What's the diameter of the projectile, the tip of the projectile on State's Exhibit 20?
4 millimeters.
Just more close-ups. I'm just going through here. State's Exhibit 23. Do you recall what that was?
I do not.
It was 24. That's okay. And State's Exhibit 25. What's this?
This was the spent round located on top of the cart.
And what is State's Exhibit 26?
The bottom of that round, where you can see the silver primer.
Why was this empty casing sent to the FBI?
To determine if it had been fired from the firearm that we had in custody.
Okay. And we'll have other folks speak to that. State's Exhibit 27. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
This is a close-up of one of the gun belts.
Where was this gun belt collected from?
I believe this gun belt was on top of the cart.
The prop cart?
Yes.
Were any of these rounds sent to the FBI?
Yes.
Which one?
The one with the silver primer.
Did that turn out to be a live round?
Yes.
Do you recall what actor used that gun belt?
I believe this belt was assigned to Jensen Ackles.
And let's look at State's Exhibit 27A. What is this a photo of?
This was ammunition that was located from the top of the cart.
Is it the same ammunition that came from that belt?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you have it separated out like this?
So this ammunition was separated out based on its physical description. So we have ammunition at the top that's 45s with brass primers. We have one round by itself, which was 45 with a silver primer, and one round by itself, which was 45 with a hole drilled through the side.
So all of these turned out to be dummies except this one here on the left.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 28, what's this?
This was a fanny pack that was located on top of that same cart.
State's Exhibit 29, what is this a picture of?
This is a close-up of the inside of that bag.
And what are those things we're looking at?
I believe all of these rounds that we're looking at now were blank rounds that were found in the bag.
Okay. And did this bag have more than one pocket?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 30, what are we looking at here?
This is another pocket in this pack containing blank rounds.
And State's Exhibit 31.
Another pocket in this same bag with blank rounds inside.
And State's Exhibit 32.
This is inside that bag with a dummy round 45 with a hole drilled through the side of it.
And let me ask you, how many dummy rounds altogether did you collect from that crime scene?
I believe, as far as dummy rounds go, I believe I have 255.
And does that include the prop cart?
Yes.
Of those 255, approximately how many were not located in a box and not located on a gun belt?
I would say probably around 50.
So those 50 rounds, were they just loose in different places?
Yes.
Where were some of the places that you found loose rounds?
They were found loose in the bottom of boxes, loose inside of the prop truck, just on the floor. Pretty much any boxes that were located, if there were ammo boxes inside of it, there were loose rounds also underneath the ammo boxes.
All right. States Exhibit 33. I think these are close-ups. We can go through them quickly. 33 and 34, can you see what that is?
Yes, this is a close-up of that dummy round that has the hole drilled through the side.
Okay. States Exhibit 35.
This is the bottom of that dummy round where the primer has been removed.
So this is a dummy round that was taken out of that fanny pack.
Yes.
States Exhibit 36. What is this a photo of?
This is a close-up of one of the gun belts.
Let's talk about this one for a moment. What actor was using this holster as a prop?
This holster was assigned to Alec Baldwin.
And are we looking in this picture at all of the rounds that were located in that gun belt?
Yes.
I see that on the left, we have 2 rounds with silver primers. I'm going to ask you about the first one. This first round that my pointer is on, was that a dummy round?
Yes.
Why is this a different color than the other rounds?
This round had that patine wear look to it that we had previously seen.
So the dummy rounds with the patine looked like this from the top.
Yes.
This round right here, next to it, was that a dummy round?
No.
What did that turn out to be?
That turned out to be a live round.
And these 3 here, these 3 rounds to the right, what did those turn out to be?
2 of those were 44-40 rounds, and one of them was a 45 dummy round with ball bearings inside.
Were they all dummy rounds?
All 3 of these, yes.
Okay. The only live round that was found in Mr. Baldwin's holster is this one right here?
Yes.
And you sent that to the FBI?
Yes.
States Exhibit 37, what is this?
This is a different view of that same holster.
Is this the live round right here?
Yes.
I want you to look at this projectile. Is this projectile different than this one to the right?
Yes.
And is it different than the one next to that one?
Yes.
And is it different than this one?
Yes.
How is it different than this one?
The one that your pointer is on right now has a more elongated nose to it, which makes it a smaller nose width.
And what's the measurement of that nose width?
4 millimeters.
And this round over here on the far left, can you see a difference between this projectile and this projectile?
Yes.
And what's that?
The projectile on the far left has almost a crimping around the base of it.
I want to ask you about all of the suspected live rounds that you found on set and sent to the FBI. Did they all look like this one?
Yes.
Did they all have silver primers?
Yes.
Did they all have the same head stamp?
Yes.
What is that head stamp?
It states 45 Colt and has a Starline Brass logo.
And did they all have the same shape projectile?
Yes.
Did they all have the same color brass?
Yes.
Meaning they were not patine?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 38. What are we looking at here?
These are those same rounds from the holster removed from the holster.
So we just get a better view of the casing.
Correct.
All right. States Exhibit 39.
This was a gun belt that was located inside of the prop truck.
And what kind of rounds were in this belt?
If I can refer to my report.
Sure.
In this belt were 22 45 Colt rounds with ball bearings inside and one Spain Denix replica round.
And do we have the Spain Denix replica round here in evidence?
Yes.
And all of the rounds in this gun belt, did they all have the patine color?
Yes.
And were any of them found to be live?
No.
States Exhibit 40.
These are those same rounds removed from the gun belt.
Thank you. States Exhibit 41.
This is a close-up of the silver primer on the rounds.
What's States Exhibit 42?
This was a box of ammunition collected from the prop truck.
Is this the condition it was in when you collected it?
Yes.
States Exhibit 43, what's this?
This is a close-up of a different box located in the prop truck.
And what's in all those white boxes?
Different types of ammunition.
And what's this here?
I believe it was a Red Bull.
All right. What's States Exhibit 44?
This was a Mary Kay bag that was located in the prop truck.
And what's in these white boxes?
Various types of ammunition.
And we can see some brass things down here in this little pocket. Do you know what those were?
I believe those were spent blanks.
And we'll go through these quickly. States Exhibit 44A.
This was a close-up of the ammunition in that bag.
What do we see over here?
Where your arrow cursor is?
Yeah.
I believe this is spent blank rounds.
And were they just loose in the bag?
Yes.
We're going to break for the day, okay? So follow George, take your tablets. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Do not read any stories about the trial or any subject matter related to this case. And don't do any research. Have a good evening. Thank you.
All rise.
You may be seated. Are we going to take those and lock them up? Yeah. Okay. Can you email George or text George and tell him to come back into the courtroom? All right.
Did you say? I just wanted to let 8:30 in the morning.
8:30. And we're gonna lock up the exhibits that have been entered into evidence, okay? All right, is that box empty?
Yes.
Can we use that box?
Yes.
Okay. Counsel, can you think of anything that you need to bring to the court's attention so that we don't take up jury time?
Judge, I can't think of anything right
All
now.
right, well, don't think tonight either then, okay?
I probably won't.
All right, thank you. We're in recess.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for LawNerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.